Mic is on. It's toned down for some reason. Not really sure why. Oh, and that's in the wrong spot. Oh dear. 1 second. I think a little bit more. There we go. Hopefully that music player stays okay. Let me put this over here. Looks good. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're not doing anything too super exciting. Hate to disappoint. I need to prep for my D&D session tomorrow, and I realize I'm not gonna do it if I don't have something sort of keeping me locked in, if you will. So I decided to bring chat along. Is this a good idea? We'll find out. I'm trusting my party members not to look at this. Because if they do, they're gonna get spoiled for each other's backstories and for my evil D&D plans. Hello York, welcome in. We are, let's see, where is... I have to figure out how to place everything. I might, I'm tempted to pop it in the background here and make it part of the scene. Oh, that, or I could, like, stream it like I'm streaming a game. Like, I'm having myself over a document or something. I'm not really sure what I want to do, though, for this. It might be kind of fun to do it here. Let's see if I can put myself somewhere that it makes sense. Like, if I put myself over here and have, like, the document, like, up in this part, you know? Would that make sense? I feel like I need to be bigger, though. Like, here. Like, this would be good. And then I put the document over it. Maybe. Let me just see what it looks like. Oh, I also lock my model so I don't zoom in and out constantly. If I... Let's see. I should have a browser setting. Discord audio. Tell me if the music's too loud, by the way. I just have like a coffee house playlist on. Just, you know, feels like I'm working at a cafe. I might put Celtic stuff on later, though, just to kind of, you know, amp the vibe up, make it feel very fantasy-esque. I'm gonna finish fixing my settings and then I'll go over the campaign and everything. And kind of fill you in what I'm up to. See, chat. Alerts, PNG solo. I'm gonna copy it from here. 1 sec. Let me. Oh, sorry. This is awkward. You've caught me in the middle. I'm gonna grab this one. I'm gonna put it in here. Did it work? It did work. We're gonna put it, I think, under chat, under alerts, under PNG solo, under backup pick, under all that good stuff. Yeah, that'll be good. And let's see, how big is it? We'll do this one. Yep. Where is it framed? Where is it? Oh, there we go. That's where it is. I might put it under my model too, actually. Oh. Oh, that's the problem. Because I'm streaming in VTube Studio, so of course it puts under the model is above the it's under all of it. So I need to put it above the model. I think that's okay. You don't want my wing blocking it, I think, right? Let me I'm gonna put it like right here, and then I'm gonna make it bigger. Maybe I'll move myself a bit more to the side. Like here? Is that really good, chat? I could lean out of the model, but, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be alright. Let's put this maybe a little bit further. And then... something like this. And then let's put chat at the top. I think that'll work, probably. Yeah. We'll do it like that. And if we hate it, we'll change it later. I just wanted to sort of make a setup that works. Do I like the positioning of this? Kind of like here. I think having it pushed against the wall is probably better. And then we'll drag it down just a little bit more. And we're gonna pray that I don't dox myself by accident. That would be awkward. I want like a little bit of a frame on it. Oh my god, it's locking this stuff. This will be good. Alright. Oh, there's an ad. Well, while the ad rolls, I'm gonna eat my gimbap and, try and think about how I want to set this up. I might bring the music down just a wee bit. And then go back to locking my model so I don't fall off the screen. Alright. Like something like that. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, it looks alright. Oh, I need towels, paper, napkin. I was gonna stream last night originally, and I ended up feeling very sick, and I don't know why. It was like a weird... I want to put it down to the fact that I only got like 4 hours of sleep every single night this week, which is not good when you have to wake up and teach all day, because you need those brain cells. Those brain cells do not come back if you don't get sleep, so, oops. Oh shit, just knocked my desk. My bad. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was, yeah, one's brain cells enough, you think? These, I don't think. I had to explain gender to one of the kids, the other day, and explain how it was different from sex, and, like, you could have the 2 different things be opposing, and it's fine. It was a whole thing. I ended up staying, I think, like, an extra 20 minutes, just because I was really passionate about it, and I wanted to, not approach it, it wasn't, like, attacking, I wanted to be very understanding that everyone had different viewpoints and stuff. But I also wanted him to kind of recognize, like, there's validity to, different type, identifying different ways, even if you don't agree to it. Just respect their pronouns and the name and stuff. Anyway, hello, welcome to my D&D session with you guys. We're gonna be D&D prepping. A little context about the story. We have it's set in Aqua's world, so you will get a bit of Aqua lore, which is very nice. This is it's called, so the world's called Taran. That's where Aqua is from. I don't think that's mentioned in the Aqua lore doc thing, but she's from a planet called Taran. As you can see, the World Anvil and the Roll20 are both called Taran, because, that's the planet. We are, I believe, let me, active documents, session logs. We are, I think, 17 sessions in. We're pretty far in. These are all my notes, and some of the notes are more well note-taken than others. We had a few prequels, and, yeah. Now we're on a sort of critical moment where there's a boss fight coming up, and I need to get, like, everyone ready for it. I need to, like, because after this, Bird is actually leaving us to go to, grad school, and we won't be able to be in person anymore. I think just me and Yumper are left in person, and both Kira and Kai are not gonna be. They haven't been in person this whole time, so we'll have just 2 people left in person, and the other 3 of us will be online. So I really, really want to get this last session. It's coming up tomorrow. I've had 3 weeks to prepare, and I've not prepared. I really want to have a good sort of mini arc finale type thing this week. Because then they're gonna go away to visit some family in a different country, and it's like we can't meet in person, and because they'll be doing stuff, And then that next weekend after that, like Memorial Day weekend, it's we're having a party for them for going away. And I also have Daggerheart with my other friends. And then the next weekend they're moving. So there's no other time to do it in person with all of us. This will be our last one. Um, so I want to make it a good one. I don't. Did they level up? When did they level up? They leveled up 2 sessions ago, 3 sessions ago. So what has happened so far is basically I've set it in Aspenfall, aka Dragonaria, the city that Aqua is from. For timeline, let me pull up my compendium. This is something that my player should not watch. I have a timeline here, approximately. So I'm measuring the years in AQ, which stands for Aqua. Just that's it. It means Aqua years. I just have the kingdom measuring in years based on our birth. Of course, these years are, I guess, kind of associated with other, like a more global calendar system. There is a very big world. I'll show you the world map at some point. But just for ease of sake from my personal timelines, I've had them set to be following Aqua's date of birth. So obviously 0 AQ is when she's born. In my original epic, which I think I can pull up, where is it? I think it's under creativity. No, it's this one. In the original, I talked about sort of when Aqua first became the queen of her kingdom, but then I go back in time a little bit and I tell you about her backstory, and yeah, so how she raised and reconciled a friendship. Basically, she was born as a sort of like high elf, and she was let's see, trained in the Royal Elf Academy. She was very good at elemental magic, which is most coveted by the Elven Society. They are all about sort of flashy spells, shows of power. Your worth in Elven Society is kind of determined by your magical ability and your affinity for magic. All elves have some degree of affinity for magic, although some have less than others. And those who don't are very few and far between, and they're usually kind of frowned upon, are the outcasts of society. So, and Valoroxy is one of those people who has not much affinity at all for magic. She can do alchemy, because it requires time and patience, and you don't always need to have the most powerful spells to be able to do alchemy, but she's not so good at just producing raw magical energy and taming it. So anyway, that's her sort of childhood. They have a falling out. That's when they have the whole fight. Basically, I think my lore is still a little bit fuzzy. I'm trying to like write it down permanently. Is part of a story. I do have like a good number of chapters written, but I also am still. It's one of those things where I came up with a long time ago, and I'm trying to sort of update it for my sort of more modern sense of writing and knowing how to actually construct meaningful characters and plot, and not have constant what you call it, discontinuities. So I'm working on figuring out all the details of that, but the idea is that Aqua is more of sort of she's like top of her class. She's one of those like gifted kids, who like thinks she knows it all, but she wasn't very humble about it. She was very much oh, that's awkward. The framing. This is there you go. She was very much like, my father raised me to be this noble lady, and I'm not gonna shy away from my abilities. I'm gonna be very proud of them, and it kind of got on people's nerves sometimes. She was kind of a know-it-all a little bit, and there was like the idea originally was that she had this idea to make this potion that would turn one of her classmates into some kind of creature, some kind of monster that would kind of like, I guess the idea, maybe I don't know if it would have like like a literal psychological effect, but the idea is, that whatever classmate they chose, or I guess she had a classmate in mind in my head, would be so like mentally messed up about being turned into some crazy like different creature that she would kind of like lose her shit and she would start going ballistic and like trying to fight everybody. And the idea was that Aqua and Val would be able to take out that classmate and save the elven society, and they would get a lot of like notoriety and be invited to all these high functions and stuff. Like basically, it was like a reputation grab. So she made a potion, and she like, or wanted to make a potion, but she didn't know how to make one. So she said, "Val, I need your help." Or rather, she called her Roxy as a kid. That was like kind of her nickname for her. Roxy, I need your help. I want to. This one classmate's been getting on my nerves. I want to take her out. I want to turn her into a monster. So she kind of loses her mind. But then I want us to defeat her. But I also, if we can't defeat her, it would look really shitty if some older, more experienced elf came along and took her out. And I don't want that happening. So also, if you could make it so that she gets more powerful over time, pretty please, that'd be great. Thanks. Because if we can't take her out, I don't want someone stealing her glory. If we can't take her out and no one else can, it's like, oh, those two are up against an unbeatable battle, no reputation lost, no harm done, type thing. So they do that. Or they try to. Val is still learning how to, work her alchemy, all that stuff. So she's still working on it. I believe they have like a childish argument about the scent of it. I think, I think Aqua's like favorite scents are like, oh, it's like trees and flowers and pine and all that. And like Roxy's like, I like dead fish and seaweed and gunk. Because they're doing it on like, okay, now here's the actual problem. I don't have an ocean for them to be doing this by, but in my original lore, they were making this potion by the ocean. And so there was like seaweed and fish around. Maybe there's like a pond, I don't know. But they originally it was an argument about like the scent of the potion, and Val got upset at Aqua for teasing her about liking like the scent of dead rotting things or whatever. I'm trying to work over time to figure out how to make that more meaningful. I'm thinking maybe it'll be more along the lines of, it was the last straw. I'm thinking maybe, because Roxy and Val and Aqua both have the same father, but Aqua doesn't know it. And Val wasn't supposed to know it either, but she found out. And I'm thinking that's kind of what got her ticked off at Aqua. Is like, we could have been sisters living in the same glorious mansion, and here I am living with these adoptive parents that my father sent me off to live with because he didn't want to see me around anymore because they're his new mistress, yada yada yada. Basically, thinking that's maybe what actually would take Val off, not the sense of the potion, just like the actual like other things in the background, and had just one too many times dealing with Aqua being a Miss Know-It-All and pretending she knew what was best for Roxy. I don't know. That's kind of the idea. So anyway, those two split off. Val runs away from the forest, Lorelani, the elven forest. That's where they all live. Let me also show you a map so you're not just like wondering what's going on. Do I have a map? I might have a map. I'm not really sure. Places. Do I have a map? Maybe, maybe not. I have a map here, actually. The continent is called Adabun. And I have it to be, like, about the size of the US, but maybe a little bigger. And I realized later on that that's actually very small in fantasy terms. Don't mind the salute, hola. Those are things we've written on later. But this is what it looks like. Let me see if I can get it like that. So I don't have all of the all the like city details yet. But oh my god, can I like make this like 22 or something? Yeah. I don't have everything fully mapped out yet, but basically the idea is this little density area, that's where the city of the Elven capital is. I don't know if I have a name for it. Let's see. Let's do political. Do I have a capital city? Elven capital. Great, great, great. I don't have a name for it. Cool. That's another thing I want to work on at some point. Um, this is where the center of Elven society is. And then the idea is that, like, basically they were living in that city, and then Roxy ran away and fucked off, and no one knew where she went for like 100 years. And cool, great, fantastic. Meanwhile, Aqua goes about her business, becoming prominent. There's like Aspen Falls is kind of like over here, by the way. This is where the party is currently, also. So at the top of this lake, let me move our tokens here. The top of this lake is where the city will be. Basically there's a conflict happening over in the valley around like 114 AQ when Aqua's about 114ish. Her dad, her noble elf father, who's like, again, he's kind of like, he's like the cousin to the queen, Queen Lorelei. She's like, oh, he's like, I want to, garner power, blah, blah, blah. So he sends Aqua, he's like, hey, here an opportunity is arising for you to gain some political, like, influence and, try and bring back some merit. Like, you don't need to go long. It's, like, less of a, like, elves don't usually stay long and intermingle with other societies. Sometimes they do, but very, very rarely do they leave, the forest. But they do sometimes make excursions to, deal with political trading and all the other stuff, and, gain connections across the world. So they don't, like, live other places, but they do make connections. So he sends her about, like, a 2.5, maybe 3-week journey over here to Aspenfall Valley, because there's a civil war amongst the little, like, local clans that is finally wrapping up. And he's like, go help them figure out their government, and come back when you're done, because then we'll have a really cool contact. We'll maybe be able to even pull favors from the rulers there that you help install. The whole valley itself is very verdant. It's right between like these two mountain ranges, the Vestipuli. And so it's very fertile. It's got lots of resources. It's got access to a lot of different places. It's very central. So so anyway, so he sends her over here. She hangs out there for a little bit, and she helps sign the treaty, and they end up choosing her to be the ruler. And she's like, oh my god, I've spent like, what is that, like 7-ish years away from my father, and I've met a lot of great people over here, and I kind of want to be one of those elves who stays there and lives here, and I'll be the ruler. I feel like I can do it. My father raised me and taught me how to, do political stuff. I had a whole hand in shaping this area. I want to see it grow. I want to see it get better. So she sticks around, and she becomes the leader, the queen. And then, I think, flash forward about 20 years. Now, again, my timelines are a little bit fucked up, because when I was a kid, I was very much like, yeah, she becomes the leader, and then she also ends up, not long after her leadership, gets in a war, and it makes a lot of insecurity in the kingdom. As you can see by the timeline on the document, it's 20 years. 20 years goes by before like any civil war happens, which is still young enough to be what's it called? To have a war happen. And to be a little bit unstable. But 20 years in human time is actually quite a lot of time. And I think the reason I have these numbers fixed is I really want... I don't know, for some reason I said that Aqua was 140-ish when the whole like next part of her story went down. She fought Val and everything. It got turned into Dragonera. So I have to, like, reconcile what those timelines mean. Originally, she didn't tell her kingdom that she was an elf. When she went over, she was, disguised as a human. So there's, like, another layer of, non-acceptance type thing. But I honestly, like, considering that 20 years would have gone by and she wouldn't have aged very much, at least visually, people might start to get suspicious and go like, you should look 40 now, why don't you look older? I honestly might have it so that she maybe comes out as an elf. Either way, this is the timeline we're working with for now. I'm not going to worry about it for now because we're working on current day present events, but I just want to kind of go through everything that led up to it. So regardless of what the actual circumstances are, for now it's when she was 120, she became the queen, and then when she was about 140, another civil war starts up. More of like not a civil war actually. More of like I think I called it border wars, and so originally the kingdom was still called the Kingdom of Aspenfall, and didn't get renamed until a little bit later. So the border wars began, and that's basically when all of the dudes in the lower villages and sort of outskirts down here kind of started fighting. There was a couple of maybe, oh god, actually I don't know. Originally I wanted to be that some, what's it called? Like, militia kind of came over the mountains and attacked this way. There's not much up there. What is up there is the Dwarven Kingdom is over here. And then the sort of giants and the orcs, they're kind of over in this area on the bigger side of the Frostfells. The Sod, which I love the name of, it's really cool. These are all like halflings and a lot of gnomes too. And it's kind of like a sort of red, deserty, not quite desert, but like mesa-ish savanna kind of biome. And there's like a lot of, they've done a lot of infrastructure. This entire like lake stream here, just this bottom part, that's all canals that they've dug and like a little well they have for their factories and stuff. So there's a lot of tinkering stuff that goes on here. I think probably, if anything, there'd be raiding tribes from the Searglass, because these are all like sort of like, it's like almost like a confederation where all the different villages and mini cities kind of have like a mutual agreement pact to kind of support each other, because this is like northern Canada type shit up here. This is like cold. So they kind of have to work together, and they maybe it's some villages from up in the Searglass get dragged into this, and they cross the border, and they start bugging the valley. Let me take a bite of my gimbap real quick. Oh. Mm-hmm. So anyway, the border wars start, and we don't know who they're led by at first. It just seems like a bunch of random like maybe Aqua speculates originally that the people down here are dissatisfied with their rule, and that's why they're pushing up into her kingdom. The Searglass people kind of come in as a new development that kind of happens right as the story begins in my canonical like story for Aqua. So anyway, she goes to war, and she's mostly fighting down here. This area, I believe, what did I call it? It's like the Scorch or the Scourge or something like that. The old battlefield. I have a name for it though. I know I do. The part of the problem is all of my links are everywhere, and I don't know where anything is. So anyway, this is like basically a barren patch of land with the wars mainly fought, and it's like basically like if you go there nowadays, it's like just dead souls, and like there's still like smoldering bits in the landscape. It's like they had magic users in there too, and that kind of left like this long term sort of like scourge on the landscape basically, and nothing really grows there anymore. It's just like slowly getting retaken. It's getting a little bit smaller every year, but there's, because of all the magical energy in that area, it's also like not doing so hot. Like it's taking a long time. So Aqua goes to war, and the story begins with her in a war tent getting a suspicious perfume that smells weirdly of her elven forest. And the reason this is relevant is because in my original story, they didn't know she was an elf. And so having this sort of scented perfume that smells of her homeland was like a little bit suspicious, because that means someone either knows who she is or where she came from, or it was complete coincidence, and she doesn't believe that in this war that there are coincidences. Um, so she, I think, eventually gets. I've written this a few different times. Sometimes Val visits her at her tent, like dressed as like a beautiful, alluring lady with like dark purple and black robes and jet black raven hair. Classic like 10, 12-year-old kid writing a evil but pretty like villainous. Um, she still has those vibes, but she's like, I'm trying to make her more nuanced. Um, so some versions of the story I've written, she visits Aqua and it's like, oh, don't worry, the perfume's just fine. Oh, you don't remember me? Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You should try the perfume. I made it just for you. Doesn't it smell like home? And then somehow Aqua ends up taking it because she really likes the smell or something like that. There's different variations on it. But she ends up taking the perfume and using it because she's going to like a war council dinner with her mates later. Um, and wants to smell nice, yada yada. So anyway, the she takes the perfume. She goes to her war council meeting, and in the council meeting, she hears from her like one of her generals, "Hey, we just had a spy like report back to us that there's a new invasion from the north up here, and they're one of the spies managed to escape and run back and told us, hey, there's this mysterious purple lady. Like she's like I caught a glimpse of her, and she seemed to be sending these guys down into the valley." And Aqua's still like, I don't know who that is. Again, 10, 12-year-old writing. And so she's like, all right, that's weird. But then she goes back to her tent and she's like, all right, I got a plan for this new invasion, yada yada. I gotta get some sleep. Oh shit! And then she looks down and like where she sprayed all the perfume earlier, it starts itching, and you might be able to tell where this is going. It starts itching, and then it starts hurting, and then she sees like I originally made this a very painless transformation. Like, just like washes up her body and it turns into a dragon. When I got a little bit older, I made it hurt a little bit. I might have I might have enjoyed torturing my OC a little bit. Not like horribly, but like like when like you read like one of those like werewolf fics and their first transformation, it's like their bones are cracking and their faces restructure. Like it's like one of those. It's like one of those. There's like little it wasn't enjoyable. Basically what it did is it reshaped her like default. I'll say default form. Yeah, damn, I know, right? We'll call it the default form because she does get the ability to shapeshift later. But when she's like knocked out or unconscious, she will now revert to being a Dragoneri. So it's like it was changing the fundamental structure of her like natural state of being. So you had the whole like the like the I don't know to say this without being too gruesome, but like the scales like causing her to bleed a little bit, and like the wings as they are growing, like the bones kind of like cracked out of her back. Without getting too gruesome, that's what it was like. And when all the transformation was done, at the time her sort of lady in waiting Olivia, her like sort of number one right hand girl, was there in the tent, and like she's like heard her screaming and like came in and it's like, what's going on, let's help, and she's like, keep the guards out, I don't want them to see this. And Olivia watched her transform, and then when she finally finished transforming, she was like looked at her Olivia, her maid in waiting, and was like, shit, passes out. And wakes up like in the morning, I think, and like Olivia is like talking with her. And now here's where it gets interesting, because originally I had her immediately transform into a dragon and fly off to Val's castle and go confront her. But that's not any fun, and I changed that pretty quickly. So now the most current version of the story is she wakes up, she tells Olivia, hey, I think I know who did this. I don't know why she's here, I don't know how she found me, I don't know what she wants. But I need to figure some shit out, cause like, why would she be here for me? And also, I can't lead my people looking like this monster. And like, I I hate to leave you in the middle of the war, but I want to trust you. I trust you and the generals to do a good job. I need to fuck off to the mountains for a hot minute and figure out what's going on. And also, like, I'm terrified. Like, I don't know what to do with myself. What, I can't change. I don't know how to do anything. Like, I'm just gonna be stuck like this forever. It's like a whole thing for her. She's, like, distressed as fuck. So she just kind of yeets off into the mountains. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see. She kind of yeets off into the mountains. She goes kind of from the battlefield over here all the way to her hideout over there. And she stays there for, ends up being like a good, 4 or 5 months maybe. Maybe 6 even. She goes off into the mountains, leaving Olivia and the rest of them in charge. And Olivia's like, okay. And actually, I've never thought about what happens to the rest of the generals. Either way, once Val realizes Aqua's gone, she's like, alright, gang, pour in. And so she sends the rest of her troops down the pass and flanks both sides, and the army has to surrender. And, then they take them back to the city. Roxy, Valoroxius, she installs a puppet queen, because she doesn't want to be the queen herself. That's too much attention. But she installs a puppet queen, and then starts converting all of the sort of citizens to be kind of following her rule and being very strict, and she starts spreading bad rumors about Aqua, and it's like, Aqua's been hiding from you all along. Like, you didn't even know she was an elf, did you? And she's also this crazy monster beast, and, trying to turn everyone against her, basically. Meanwhile, there's this girl named Violet. And Violet is, let's see, where are we at? Violet is, the daughter of the puppet queen. And I don't have a name for puppet queen yet. And Violet had a, I believe the way I described it is she had one of those, like, helicopter mom childhoods, where, like, her mom wasn't, like, outright abusive to her, but she was kind of emotionally neglectful and very, very power grabby, very, she'll do whatever it takes to get her own way. One of those moms who really shouldn't be having a kid type thing. And Violet was always very resentful of that, and then her mom finally got what she wanted and became a puppet queen. Yay! At the cost of doing everything for Val. And Violet was, like, old enough to remember Aqua was, like, kind of goated. Like, I liked her ruling style. She was, like, 8 years old at the time, I think. So she goes off to the mountains, and she tries to get Aqua to come back. This is, like, a month in or so. And she's like, Aqua, please come back. Your kingdom is being taken over by this bitch, my mom, and, Roxy, Valoroxia. And Aqua's like, I wish I could, but I can't face her. I don't know what's gonna become of me. Like, I'm just a monster. And Violet's like, I don't believe those rumors. Like, I think you're still good inside. If you're not gonna come back, at least teach me how to defend myself so that I can go and take on my mom. And Aqua, like, is like, alright, well, I can't turn down one of my people in need. And she still believes in me, so I'm gonna train her. And so for the next, 4 or 5 months, she trains Violet. And Violet has a surprisingly good aptitude for magic. And so she trains Violet. And, it all along, it's kind of like, how, like, if you ever watch Frieren, Hyder tricks Frieren into staying around long enough to train Fern, to take Fern with her when he's not around anymore. It's kind of like that, except it happened, 14 years earlier than Frieren, because that's when I first started developing this in, 2010. Violet gets Aqua to do that. And finally, after, 5 or 6 months of living together in the mountains and learning, and Olivia's, running, information back and forth, Violet convinces Aqua, hey, I feel ready. I'm gonna go back down there. You're coming or you're not coming. Up to you. And Aqua's like, I can't let you go alone. I'm attached to you now. I'm emotionally attached to you now. So she's like, fine. I will face my fears. I'll go confront Roxy, and you can confront your mom, and we'll take care of this. We'll do that. We'll get our kingdom back. And I'm just gonna suck it up. I'm gonna, whether they accept me or not as a dragon lady, like, so be it. So they go back down to the kingdom, and Aqua, makes a big entrance. She flies in, maybe as a dragon, who knows, maybe just as herself. Um, and of course people are scared at first, because they're like, oh shit, Roxy was right. Aqua is this, like, crazy dragon person. Like, she's, like, this terrible monster. She's coming back to finally, like, end us all, yada yada, wrest control back. And it's true. And they end up having, I think, originally the battle was supposed to be, like, out here. It might still be over here, I'm not really sure. But they end up having a very big, large-scale magic fight with Val and Aqua and Violet and her mom. I'm not sure which is the climax, but one of the in two different at the same time, Violet basically goes to confront her mom and says, "Listen, I really want to be like, I want to love you and I want you to be a good mom. At the same time, you've hurt me in a lot of ways, and it's really like I want to stand up to you, and it's uncool. And if you keep being a bitch, basically I can't live with you anymore, and it hurts me to." And her mom's like drunk on power and is like, yeah, do whatever you want. And Violet's like, all right, fine. And then she basically sets her mom up to get imprisoned. She like takes her out and gets her to be imprisoned and stuff. Meanwhile, Aqua and Val are over in the field, basically having a huge magic battle. Val is not doing magic as much. She's more like using potions and transmutation. But Aqua's like, throwing fire at her and yada yada. In the middle of the battle, Aqua ends up cornering Val, because of course Val's not good at one-on-one confrontation. And then Val's like, you can't kill me. And Aqua's like, are you sure? Because you're kind of fucking with me for no reason. I know we used to be good friends, and I don't know what happened to take you off that day, but it surely doesn't warrant this whole thing. And Val starts laughing and goes, listen, Aqua, we're sisters. And Aqua's like, what? What the fuck? What do you mean we're sisters? And Val's like, yeah, your dad didn't want me. Like, I was born a few years before. I learned from my parents. They were like literally cursed by your dad, our dad, not to talk about it. But I found it in like a document in the writing somewhere, like kind of like acknowledgement of their agreement. And I learned that I was born a couple years before you, and I ended up accidentally killing my mom in childbirth type shit. And then your dad, not wanting to be alone and ostracized from society as the widower, took a new wife who didn't want a kid from her previous marriage. And so, our dad basically, like, made a deal with this poor elfin couple on the outskirts of the city. Like, listen, I'll pay you a hush fee if you take this child and pretend that, like, we've never met before and that this child is not mine. So Val kind of lived with... She lived with decent parents. Like, her parents that adopted her were actually really good to her. But, like, Val was kind of one of those kids who was always a little bit spicy, and because she was, being bullied at school for not having magic, it's like, she didn't want to tell her parents that, because her parents always had such, like, normal high hopes for her. They're, like, normal good parents. And she was, like, over here, like, pressuring herself, and was, like, had, like, a chip on her shoulder the whole time. And so she's like, yeah, I don't want, like, I didn't realize that, like, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Basically, Val is resentful at Aqua's father, and their father, that he basically threw her away as soon as she got a new partner, and the new partner didn't want her at all. If you're curious, by the way, their dad's name is called Austriel in Furia. And I believe Aqua's mom is... Do I have it? I might have it. One sec. It's like Corinne or Corian or something like that. Let's see. Coriana in Furia. I think I might have... we're gonna actually delete that page at some point. I haven't checked on this in a hot minute. That's not where it is. You don't have any information on it. Oops. Valeraxia Otolas is her name. And I don't know her mom's name, but her mom is the one that was, like, resentful and stuff. So, yeah, anyway. That was the chip on her shoulder for a long time. Part of it, like, she didn't find out. One of my ideas is that the events leading up to Val splitting and running was her finding the document that said that, described this arrangement. But like prior to that, I think in general Val was just kind of feeling very like she was feeling like the Alphaba of the Galinda Alphaba relationship in terms of school. And this was before I watched Wicked, but it's very much like Alphaba's Galinda over here, really really talented, and in the arts that everyone wanted to see. And Val was also very talented, but more alchemy and stuff, and wasn't really what everyone wanted to see. And she wanted to kind of be in the shadows and yada yada. People would bully her for it. So, it's very much like almost like a one-sided friendship in a way. There's some part of Val that does appreciate Aqua's companionship. There's some part of it that was genuine, but it's the same part. Val kind of felt like Aqua was treating her like a fixer-upper project. So anyway, that's what happens during the fight. Originally, I don't think Aqua ever killed Val in any story, but in this version she definitely doesn't. The revelation basically makes Aqua go, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, I was such a bitch. Oops." And then I think what I'm gonna have it happen, and I haven't written this down anywhere, but I think that what makes sense is that Val has a moment of Aqua was also kind of a victim of her circumstances and was very much given privilege and now is realizing what happens when you don't get that privilege. And, the kingdom, I think Val also maybe assumed that Aqua was just handed this kingdom, but maybe I'll have part of the interaction to be like Aqua also told Val, listen, I know I was sent here to this kingdom by my dad, but I worked my butt off to get the kingdom up and running. I've made real connections with people here. Again, if they don't know she's an elf, then they don't even need to think about that in terms of, how she, came into power and how, they're not going to give her special priority because she's an elf. That might be kind of part of why I want her to not be known as an elf originally. Because it kind of makes her story more impactful of, I worked my butt up from the bottom, and I became relevant and loved by the kingdom, and they elected me as the ruler, kind of thing. So, but she basically explained to Roxy, listen, I worked my butt off for this kingdom, and, I'm sorry I wronged you, and I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings, and, I would like my kingdom back, please, but also, I don't want to kill you. I don't know what to do with you, but I don't want to kill you. And then Roxy's like, alright, fine, I'll drop you a hint. And maybe, again, this is why I think Roxy, again, was just misguided and wanted to like Aqua, but she made a backdoor to her potion, basically saying, if you can accept who you are right now, as a Dragonera, you can accept your this new form and what it means for you, and you can learn to live with it. You gain the ability to shapeshift back. Temporarily, but you can do it, and you can look more normal, not as standing out and stuff. And she kind of hinted to Aqua in that moment, or at least I'm gonna have it be she hinted to Aqua, hey, if you can accept things as they are, face your people as you are, and face yourself as you are, then maybe there's still a chance for you to live a somewhat normal-ish life. Something to that effect, I haven't written it out. And Aqua's like, alright, I've got a lot to think about. And Val's like, alright, I've said my piece. Peace out. Bye. Goodbye. I'm blasting out of here. So she goes and fucks off again. And then Aqua stays for another... I have this running for a lot longer than I actually realized, so it's never mind. Maybe my timelines are off. In my head it was a few months, but maybe it's actually not. Aqua basically, all of this stuff here is kind of a filler a little bit, because I needed the university to be up and running for my, D&D campaign, because one of our characters is very interested in sort of, education and academics and learning and stuff, so I had to make it a university. But basically, she rules for maybe another 20-ish years, and then was like, I gotta fuck off at some point because I don't want to be the queen forever. If I could be the queen forever, I am an elf, but I also want the people to have their own choice in how they're, the direction and stuff. So, Olivia, I bequeath my queendom to you. And also at this point, I think the queendom kind of gets named. Sorry, I skipped a step. Holy shit, I skipped a step. Hang on a minute. Let me back up. After the battle, Aqua goes back and addresses her people, and she comes out as, an elf, as the Dragoneri, and she's like, listen, I know you may have heard some bad shit about me. I'm sorry I ever hid my elven heritage for you. It's not because I was trying to be, like, evil to you or anything. I genuinely formed a lot of great connections with this queendom. And I want to keep being queen and helping you guys out if you'll let me. But also, I kind of look like this now, and so sorry about that if that's awkward for you. And the queendom surprisingly accepts her, and Olivia's there by her side, Violet's there by her side. She's got these sort of human allies, and like a lot of people remember her kindness and how they helped her in little ways, and they like, yeah, we could get used to this. We're chill with that. And that's how basically she gets reinstated, and like on the podium basically transforms back into a human right there and then. I still don't know if clothes are part of the transformation. It would be really awkward if the original transformation is without clothes, but also that might be a little bit NSFW or something like that. I don't know. I might not make that an issue. I might just make it so she summons clothes and stuff. Because she could probably do that. But yeah, then she goes back, makes founds they rename the kingdom to the Queendom of Dragonaria. They named the city as Inferior City, and I like to think she's kind of protesting this a little bit, but they're kind of like, we need a new name, we want like a stronger name, and we're like, this is like a unique situation, I don't think this is very uncommon that people are like there's people who are shapeshifters kind of, but like this is a very unique situation. Like the potion that Val basically gave her, think of it like a legendary item type thing. Like this is not something that just anyone like has happened to them. So yeah, they named the queendom after her, they named the city after her. She's like, no, don't do that. But then like, alright, fine, if you have to name it, like, don't call it Aqua City, at least call it my last name or something. I don't know. So they do that. And she then, about a couple 20-ish years later, is like, or maybe 40 in this document I wrote, says, alright, I gotta fuck off because otherwise this is not gonna like grow with me still here. So I'm still trying to figure out a way that she finds a way to travel to other dimensions. Because, and here's the reason, Aqua's also the character I've been using for my fanfics, when I'm doing, like, timeline fanfiction, timeline fix-it type shit. Let me see if I have an example. My dashboard. This is an example of a fanfiction that I have written with Aqua, where basically, you can read this for yourself in your own time, but she's, I use her as my one character who kind of goes and helps other people and, jumps to different timelines, mostly helps the people that, when I read a book or consume a piece of media, and I'm like, ooh, that's a really good character, that's a really good story, I want to fix them, I want to help them. I basically bring Aqua in, and that's what I have at the very end of my epic here. There it is. Originally, I just kind of had a random dude bro come along and teach her how to, use portals. This was also around the time I read the Kane Chronicles and got really interested in the idea of, like, the Duat and the different, like, layers of reality and how you could use that to sort of portal to different places. I don't think that's going to be her mode of getting out of here. For a brief time, when I was with my ex, I ended up thinking, because her character had the ability to, travel through time and dimensions and stuff, and I thought, oh, maybe she can come teach Aqua. And then we broke up, and I don't want her part of the story anymore, so now I have to think of a new person to be the person Aqua learns this about. But, I don't know, we'll figure it out, we'll figure something out. Anyway, regardless, somehow Aqua figures out how to travel between worlds and time and dimensions, and she does that. and leaves Olivia and her bloodline in charge. And occasionally, she'll check back in, see how things are going, but mostly she's kind of off in other worlds doing other things. Now, here's where the D&D party comes in. Let me take another bite of food. How? Alright, so, let's go back a second. Remember how I said the border wars start? And Valoroxia brings people to fight? One of my characters has a story. Now again, D&D party, do not watch this part. I swear to God, if you watch this part, I'm probably gonna get murdered by one of my players because she came up with all of this. This is Fala. I'm gonna close the document just in case, but basically the summary is that the cult she is from, the cult of Thun, is a sort of it's like a cult for like a death goddess, and originally Thun was supposed to be a goddess of gentle repose and gentle death and nighttime and all that stuff. And the cult came around and corrupted Thun. And they're kind of based around here. They're kind of based in the Sear Glass near the mountains-ish. I won't pinpoint the exact location, just in case of spoilers. But they're based up, near the Sear Glass, enough that it's relevant that Val probably found them when she was on her little solo adventure. Now you see why it's important. I told you all that lore about Aqua and Val and their timeline. My D&D explanation for what happened to Val when she was gone for 100 years, when she fucked out of the city, she decided to set up camp in this kind of little mountain range over here. And when she was in this mountain range, she finds a little a group of drow, dark elves, who are worshipping Thun, the gentle night goddess and the goddess of gentle death. And she lives with them for a while and sort of learns about their culture and their religion, and she practices her medicines and her alchemy, and they're really impressed by her stuff, and they accept her, and they're super chill with her, and they're kind of like a group of outcasts. She's another elf, so they accept her for that, and they end up sort of she ends up learning to hang out with them a little bit. I think I might have written this down at some point. Let me see if I have that written down. Aqua, Violet, Val. Okay, the plot, DM notes, blah, 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 blah. Let me just see if it's in here anywhere, because I have it written out better. I've got a lot of stuff, as you can see. Arcs? No. Characters? I already looked there. It might be in, PC plot hooks, maybe? Yeah. I think it's in here somewhere. Maybe not, actually. I've got a lot of writing and most of it, PC hooks, plot hooks. Oh, I forgot that I separated this out into different, here we go. Here's, let's see, what did I write this in? When Valoroxia first self-exiled herself from Lorelani, exiled. She was young and foolish and didn't know what she was doing. She was a bitter 40 years old, which again, in elf years, she's 9 or 10. 40-year-old elf who was greatly upset that her birth father refused to acknowledge her and her adoptive parents. Hadn't had the spines to stand up to him. She didn't feel like she could live amongst the high elf society any longer. But she also... Sorry. But she also had seen her own potential for genius and couldn't completely abandon their ways. Nevertheless, she no longer had a place here. She had seen how her instructors constantly looked down on her for her background and underestimated her abilities. And she was especially upset that Aqua, like her name, only loved water and held little respect nor care for learning other types of magic, despite achieving excellent results in all of her courses with bare minimum effort and lots of support. And every other gripe that she ever had. This is my original trying to figure this out. So basically, I'm kind of thinking, her original birth mother was, it was a political marriage, to get closer to the throne. Original writing, blah, 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 yeah. Let's see. There's an absence of plenty to prime. So, let me just check what I wrote. Magic pools and great. I think what I wrote basically, was that she, maybe even impressed her friends in the original followers of Thun, like the little group. And she, I think what I wrote is that she basically lived quietly and peacefully with them for, I don't remember how many years, but a good number of years. And then eventually, like, probably around when Aqua first got her, queendom thing, like, somehow she heard through word of mouth a new queen had been established in Aspenfall. We're gonna say that gossip spreads kind of quickly throughout the continent. Despite not having, like, modern-day communication, I'd say that they probably, like, they have people who chat and gossip. Especially the little Thun followers would probably want to keep abreast of the information. Basically what ends up happening is that Val... Oh god, what did I write? It was something about... There's something timing. Let's see. Yeah. When did Aqua first join? Actually, that's a great question. The conflict happens here. Aqua arrives around here. Oh, right, actually. There was a thought I had, I think, at one point that maybe Val was always planning revenge at some point and wanted to sort of start building her following up now. I'm gonna keep that logic for the sake of the campaign because I don't want to change our players' lore too much. But that's the idea. She was sort of, I think she was thinking she did it for their good. She kind of was like, hey, you guys are living kind of in the shadows, and you guys are really great, and I want everyone to know how great you are. And, you know, how can I help you guys achieve a place where everyone can kind of, you know, be accepted and be great and all the other stuff. And so, you know, she started kind of, I think she chose the idea of conquering because it sort of tied into Thun and how Thun is a death goddess. Val never really became a follower of Thun, but she recognized like everyone, all of her drow friends had a strong enough belief in Thun that she could kind of use that to her advantage and say, hey, Thun finally spoke to me. And they're like, oh, that's so exciting, you finally heard about Thun, or heard from Thun. And she's like, yeah, she wants us to spread her following more. And the way to do that is taking other people into the cult, the following, the fold, if you will. And basically kind of stepped them up into performing violence in the name of death and sort of corrupted the definition of Thun being a gentle death goddess into a corrupt death goddess so that she could get her followers, her people, her little, you know, cult of drow to, like, conquer stuff and take space for themselves. And again, she thought she was doing it so that they could take space for themselves. And, like, over time, it became a very, you know, matriarchal society, because that's kind of what she was used to with the Elven society. It was very matriarchal. And, you know, like, how do I describe? What came of that is that the older generation of Thun followers were kind of not on board for that. And over time, she was kind of like, okay, I need my friends to be able to back me up and fight for me a little bit, because I can't fight, but I want them to take space so that we all have a place to hang out and be chill. You older folks, we need to start taking care of you, if you know what I mean. Like, not like killing them outright, but kind of like, oh, you're senile, you're getting old, your ways are really stuck in the mud. You're not great for what I need. I want the young uns, the ones who are impressionable, to follow me and to understand, like, I am of their age, I'm close to their age, you know, she was like 90 or 100 at that time. Ad, by the way, so, sorry for lore missing. But she was like, okay, I want the young ones to follow me. I want them to you know, they already were kind of taken with her and her powers and her alchemy and all that. So she gets the youngins to follow her and become over time more and more aggressive and sort of corrupts the concept of Thune herself. Then about 30 years later, she, again, time moves differently for elves, she hears, oh, Aspenfall has a new queen. I'm gonna check that out. Wait a minute. She looks different because she looks human, but that looks like Aqua. How does she get a kingdom? And I'm stuck here running, you know, like, running lowly raids around Glass, yada yada. And that's kind of the idea of how Val will tie into my player's lore of, like, she is the cult founder as it is. Like, she's the founder of the cult aspect of it. And she sort of ousted the older generation and made way for the newer generation. Basically, as soon as she discovered Aqua making moves in Aspenfall Valley, she started plotting her revenge, starting building up her following, started, you know, sort of accelerating the aggressiveness at which she sort of fostered that energy. So that, when she finally did raid the kingdom, either 20 years later or a couple years later, depending on how I changed the lore, maybe, when they finally did raid the kingdom, they were like a full-fledged cult with members in society, and, you know, they had all this stuff, and then she kind of treated it like a crusade, almost. Like, hey, we need a place for us to live, there's a great place over in this valley, lots of potential, still forming, welcome back from the ads, I'm talking about why Val decided to raid, Aspenfall Valley when Aqua was ruling. Saw the fertile lands Aqua was ruling, and was like, we need to raid this and get a place for ourselves to live. Let's go raiding. And so, in about, whenever I have the time, I'd say, again, it's like about 142-ish. When that happened, the flavor for the D&D campaign is that is the Cult of Thune, led by Roxy, raiding Aqua's kingdom. Like, she was the one, she first, like, instigated the southern, you know, cities and stuff and towns to start fighting Aspenfall and Aqua from down here, so they were distracted. Then brought Thune's followers and some other people from the Seer Glass in through the top to raid from up there and start, you know, trying to fight back. And, you know, make Thune all about violent death and, you know, blood sacrifices and stuff like that. So yeah, and then they tried setting up in the city and having, like, a puppet queen and yada yada, blah blah blah. Anyway, once Val fucks off and goes elsewhere after the Aqua and Val have a battle, and, you know, she's like, I'm your sister, blah, 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 fucks off to nowhere, Thune's cultists, she kind of just abandons them, honestly, and and they all have to retreat now because, you know, she's not there anymore. So they just retreat back through the mountains, and they kind of scuttle up along the sides, digging to the foothills, and settle somewhere around here. And slowly build up their cult again over the next 200 years, and they kind of, you know, they do raids into the Seer Glass, and they get more and more culty. Again, a lot of the older folks that got kind of left behind, and they kind of, you know, they dispersed into whatever, and so it's mostly the younger blood now who's living up here. One of them, her name's Dana, gets left behind, and she kind of, I think she was one of the last people who kind of opposed Roxy and her methods, and sort of stayed under the radar. But ended up setting up, at some point, I think she sets up station in the mountain range here, so that these guys can't come back down, and they're a little bit afraid of her because she's old and wise and all that stuff, and, you know. Anyway, that kind of helps them from not wanting to come back for a little bit. Val, when she's done raiding and decides I'm done with my revenge arc, goes and hangs back at the mountains here, and she just kind of fucks around and does whatever. She kind of, like, she does more potion experiments. She's got, like, a whole base set up over here. I'm gonna take the party over there at some point to check out her little, like, you know, think like some occult witches like apothecary, like it's like one of those tree tower things with like potions and ingredients absolutely everywhere. That's the vibe. That's what she's got going on over here in the mountains. Um, uh, the cult over here kind of does its thing for about 200 years and decides to raid again during the bicentennial festival of the when the treaty was signed. So in 322 they'll come back and raid. That's when we start our campaign. Um, but so anyway, Val's over here. She also has another interaction with one of our party members. His name's Eldrin. He's a slime. Not slime, he's an ooze. Plasmoid, I guess. During one of Val's experiments, she kind of decides to experience, like, kind of on the outskirts of the forest. You see this little circle with a swamp. She kind of finds this little oasis swamp with brimming with magical energy, and she's like, "Hey, I can use this swamp. Let me see if I can create life." And again, it's more of an extension of her potion that she gave Aqua, where it transforms someone completely. That was kind of like her magnum opus a little bit. It transferred someone completely. It gave them more life. It gave them a lot of the traits of an elf, but also the traits of a dragon and sort of like a dragon-like person. And sort of the ability to constantly develop new skills and grow over time. Because that was part of the original idea. She wanted to keep true to the idea. So she already kind of had experience with creating life or extending life or doing all these other things. So she was like, how can I create a brand new being? Completely impressionable, blah, blah, blah. What would happen? There's a lot of energy in this swamp. Let's see what happens. So she does an experiment. She, like, adds certain potions and tinctures to the swamp lake water, whatever. And watches as a sentient plasmoid emerges from the pond. The little, like, swamp lake thing. And it's Eldrin. And Eldrin doesn't know this, of course, because he wasn't conscious when he was created. But he does catch a glimpse of her a few times gathering herbs on the edge of the little bog he's in. And, sometimes, I think they had a conversation one time, where, oh god, what did I write for it? I thought I had a log for it somewhere. It might be in mini sessions? Oh. I don't remember when I had this, but, is it PC Hugs? Eldrin? Where did I put this? Could be in her DMs. Let me check my DMs. Let's see, Kai. Oh, we've sent a lot of things back and forth. I don't know if I can find it. Name. That's so far away. Many people benefits. Swamp Heart, yada yada, undo bro, seriously wasted. I have an interaction that Eldrin had with Roxy at some point, and I think she kind of is like, just call me V or something like that. I don't remember how it went. I'm checking our logs. Let's see. I don't know if I have record of it, honestly. Either way, basically, one of the again, like how I was saying, Val used to visit Eldred occasionally on the edge of the shoreline, and one time he talked to her and had a bit of interaction, and sort of learned her name a little bit, like learned a piece of it. It might have been Friends Call Me Roxy. I think that might have been it. I think that's the name I gave him. Let me try and search that up in our chat. Roxy. Oh god, I have so many of these. PC info dump, post-session logs. It might be in here, actually. Yeah, here we go. Found it. Encountered Val at some point early in the life while she's searching for herbs. She usually visits once every couple months to see how he's developing and if he's coming along nicely, you know. Um, and again, I'm kind of low-key taking the ancient language directly from Christopher Paolini's Inheritance Cycles. That was kind of my holy grail of fantasy growing up. So I kind of used some of the language from his body of works to kind of be my spells and stuff. So Eldrimmer is his word for grow, because she was like repairing a patch of plants that was sort of you know. I also have the this is an aside that I think is cool. Because Eldrin is a plasmoid born from a swamp full of magical energy that was enhanced by Valoroxia, I very much kind of have the thing going where he also can resonate with certain magical objects. For example, if he hears the word grow in this case, he kind of like felt that word of magic power resonate through him a little bit and like felt the need to like. That's why he thought it was his name, because he thought that the feeling of needing to grow was because it was his name, not because it was telling him to grow. But anyway, yeah, so he comes up to ask her name one day, and then Roxy mysteriously goes, "I have a name, but no one's used it in years. You may call me Roxy, though." Kind of going back to her childish roots. You know, like, she was kind of going by Val for a while, and she was trying to be all mysterious and alluring. But then she's like, Roxy's, like, kind of chill, actually. It was kind of cute. It's kind of like a memento of Aqua. She has no idea where Aqua is. She doesn't know Aqua's in another world right now. I don't know what she thinks happened to Aqua, honestly. But yeah, so then that's how he gets to start, and then he wanders out and has a little adventure. Forgot about this. You know what's funny is that early Eldrin right now, he kind of reminds me of Kairu Crocodile. You know, the new VTuber that we definitely don't know who the real person behind that is. Definitely not. You know, she's like, her whole thing is, I'm a gator in a swamp, and I got my first PC, and I'm discovering the internet. That kind of feels like Eldrin's vibes, honestly. I'm just a little plasmoid in a swamp, and I'm discovering real people for the first time, you know. That's his vibe, and this is also to help strengthen the connection to Roxy, so that everyone here knows about her. The funny way that I have Arana connecting to Roxy. So Arana is our third member. She's Yump's character. She's a barbarian dwarf, and she hates magic. Not like hates in the way she doesn't want people using it, but for herself, she's very much like, I can do it myself. I don't need magic. Whatever you can do with real things, I can do with magic. And I made it so that she had a bad encounter with Val when Val was out foraging, because Arana was like, she kind of ran away from the Dwarven Kingdom over here, and then adventured all through the Seer Glass, and was going back and forth, and probably encountered Val around here somewhere. Val was out foraging and got in her way. Was in a bad mood, and I was kicking woodland creatures around. This was kind of a funny bit, but also just a way to tie her in. And ended up turning Arana into a frog for a few days. And made Arana like hate her guts a bit more. And this is it's more of a comedic connection, but the real connection there is more of I hate magic, and Val's all about magic, and Val's doing stuff with magic that I could never believe is possible. Like giving people longer life, giving people the ability to transform into other things, doing all the stuff that, you can't do normally. And yeah. And our fourth party member, Victor, he is a half-elf, and he is from Lorelani. He's kind of from around here. He's, again, his mom's very much a member of high society, but not, like, trying to power grab or anything, and she's kind of, like, he's, like, a mama's boy. Like, I would say she's his sugar mama, but she's also just his mom. But she, like, she's the kind of rich mom who gives her kid a big allowance and says, Go explore the world. Do some stuff for yourself. Don't just stay here and stuff like that. And also, I'm really concerned about you and need you to write to me every single weekend. That's the kind of person she is. And Victor doesn't know Val yet, but Victor is like one of the things that Bird told me about that they want Victor to sort of be is like looking for a way to live longer. For example, where is it? This. Looking for a way to live longer. Because he wants to stick with his mom longer, basically. He's a half-elf, so, his dad, I kind of said, was probably one of those, Seal Glass, Northern Raider type guys. Probably met his mom when they were, like, hanging out over here, and she got enamored by him, had a kid. He's like, alright, time for us to go. Good luck, bye. Didn't pay child support whatsoever. Very rude of him, not gonna lie. But yeah, so he wants to live longer because he's only half-elf. And so Val literally has experience making people live longer, literally created Eldrin, literally made a potion that even when Aqua already had, like, long life from being an elf, but later on, when she was decided to move to other worlds, Violet, her sort of number one apprentice, really wanted to go with her. And Aqua's like, you would not be able to survive, like, the time warping that happens when you travel across dimensions. And Violet's like, alright, give me your potion. And Aqua's like, you sure you want to be a Dragoneri? It's kind of painful at first, and then you'll never be, like, fully, like, normal again. And Vi's like, I don't care about normal. Screw normal. Give me that potion. I'm coming with you. I don't want to live here anymore. Like, I don't mind living here, but there's nothing for me when you go. Like, I am your apprentice, and I will always be your apprentice, and take me with you. You cannot leave me here. So, yeah, so basically when the potion gets given to Vi, it also extends her life too. To the point where she could live as long as an elf, easily. That's kind of one of the effects. So that's, again, when Victor actually meets Val, he'll be able to, like, learn a bit more about that, and maybe, like, learn how to make a version of that that doesn't have bad side effects, like being a dragon. Not that's a bad thing, I mean, but, like, it is kind of not always wanted. Like, you don't want to always change your entire species when you're trying to live longer. Although that is what, what's it called? Not revivify. It's not resurrection. Maybe it's resurrection, but not true resurrection. You know the one spell in D&D where you turn into another creature? What is it called? Is it this one? There's another one. Reincarnation? Yeah, reincarnation. And you could become a different, like, creature. That's not exactly how you want to do it, though, You kind of usually just want to stay your own race. Your own species, rather. But that'll be the interesting point, is Victor learning about immortality and long life and stuff. I tried hinting to it by saying, ooh, Victor, some of the flowers you found when you were traveling from Lorelani to Aspenfall were suspiciously, like, full of vitality and energy. It wasn't a very strong hint, but I'm going to try and expand on that a little bit more. We're almost at the point where I know I might seem like I'm stalling a little bit. I just want to organize my thoughts, because this is going to start making more sense if you know where we're at. I think that's kind of everything you need to know right now. If I missed anything or you're confused, let me know. I'm always happy to explain my lore. Ask me about my lore, in fact. If you ask me about my lore, I will do a lore dump that is an hour and a half long. Okay, let me also open my sushi, and then we're gonna start doing actual planning for the final fight here. Alright, I got a salmon sushi with avocado, and it was only $12 at H Mart. It's very good. Let me crack this bad boy open. Ooh, careful. Oh yeah, did I tell you that I think I made myself... I think I did. I think it's at the beginning. I think I made myself sick this week from not sleeping. That's why I didn't stream last night, because I literally felt like I was getting a cold. From just... Again, I think I just wasn't sleeping good. And that's probably why I started feeling like shit. I got that feverish feeling. I got that sort of, that nausea that kind of hits you in the lower back and like radiates up your spine into your head. It was bad. It was not pretty. So I was like, I am not streaming tonight. I am so tired. It's not gonna end well if I stream tonight. So I didn't. Let me sprinkle some soy sauce. Oop, that's a lot. That's fine. Okay. It's like dribbling down the bottle. That's, oh my god. Okay, hang on. I need a napkin. Oh god, all my napkins are off to the side. Okay, I caught the drip. Caught the drip. Alright. Now that everything's been properly sauced, I can eat at my own leisure. Alright, where can I put this bottle? Probably here. Ooh, that doesn't sound safe, actually. Okay. I think we're good to go. I'm gonna grab this tray. Alright. Let me explain what has happened so far in the campaign, and then we'll jump right in. So, just looking back at our session logs, I'll pause on this one. I'll pause on this one, but I'm gonna go use the names as a reminder. So, let me take a bite. Oops, the entire avocado fell out. That's good, fishy. Oh. Okay. So, at the very beginning, we had, in the beginning, the year is 322 AQ. We have Fala and Arana, both kind of, I think Fala may have come from this direction or something. I don't remember. No, Fala in her escape from the cult kind of started here and made an entire run around the entire continent in the 10 years, because she was gone for 10 years. Maybe we avoided this. This is the kind of a no man's land. Kind of made an entire loop around. I'm gonna say she probably came from up here or something like that. Arana made a whole entire loop around the Cedar Glass before she came through the mountain pass. There's more passes through this mountain. I just didn't draw them in. Those two, basically, they start by... Can I scroll in? How do I zoom in? I'll just zoom in manually, I guess. Those two came through the mountain pass because they heard about the Bicentennial Festival. This is like a big deal. This is like a big festival celebrating the 200th year of Aspenfall, aka the Queendom of Dragonaria. If I mess up my own names, by the way, it's because I've changed them so many times over the years. The Queendom of Dragonaria is having a big festival for their 200-year anniversary, and everyone around is like interested, and it's like a big draw for them. So both Fala and Arana come through the mountains, and they meet up here, and they have a little scene, and they kind of bond a little over being travelers and all that. Originally my ex was in this scene too, and we excommunicated her from it. So they meet up at the little pond, they have a little moment, and they, have a little heart-to-heart. They enter down through here, and then enter the city, and I'll have a drawing of the city in a second. Meanwhile, I think I mentioned earlier, Victor and Eldrin. Victor comes from over here. He's traveling with his, I forgot that Althias existed. He's technically the, elven butler / chaperone, that Victor's mom sent along with him so he wouldn't get lost. Victor comes down through here from, Lorelani, the center of the forest, rather, and travels down this path, and then stops by the swamp, and Eldrin joins them from there, and then they go travel through the Gansara Moor, and this is, again, all of this area. I don't know why they don't travel through the past. I think they wanted... Oh, right. Because they, we kind of retconned this later a little bit, but we wanted them to stop by the Samayiti Plains. There's a little village over here that sells, like, a very specific perfume, and the mom wants some of it sent back as a shipment, and decided, hey, if you're already walking down there, take your time. Maybe stop by to new town and get some perfume for me. Sent back over. So, yeah, so they travel through the Gansara. They get ambushed, I think, once or twice by the bandits who like to roam through here. Travel all the way down through Samayiti, go stop at the village. That's what that mini session was a second ago. I don't think I have it anymore. Travel down through the Yosemite, then travel up Aspenfall Valley. Notably, they do manage to spot the sort of the scourge a little bit on their way up. I don't know if it's called the smoldering or the burning or the whatever the fuck. I don't remember what it's called, but something like that. Maybe we'll figure that out later. So they stop by it. They kind of feel all the dead people who died there on the battlefield many years ago. Make their way up into the valley and convene for the festival. I think they all meet in a tavern. I'm pretty sure they just meet at a tavern. That's pretty classic. I might have the info from that very first session, actually. I do. They met in the Flying Dragon. Let me show you now. Now that they're all in the campaign. Now that they're all in the location. This is the city I started making, and, one sec. Let me, hide the map for a moment. You are going to the back for now. This is an incomplete map because I cannot finish anything for shit. That's why I'm streaming this. Here's the city though, and we have the sort of entrance down here from the winding road up the way. This is a lake, in case you're not sure. This is the lake and the river. This is the falls, and then this kind of goes up a cliff. And then there's like a little switchback path over here that I haven't drawn in. But it's there, I promise. It exists. I think it's actually... Let's see. It's kind of... It kind of leads to, like, this is not... The perspective of this is, it's sort of vertical, but also a little bit horizontal. Like, each layer is vertical here, and then each of these slices is a horizontal piece. But that kind of, switchback path, I believe, comes down from, this is like a little cross view at the top. This comes down and then switches back down here, and then the city's like right here, pretty much. So to show you where that little pie slice is, it's right, it's like this area right here. That's what that slice is showing. So anyway, they come down to the city, they get processed through, you know, like, hey, you're just coming to the city. They process people through here, like, they come out through here, kind of probably went down to the main road. Flying Dragon Inn, right here. And then everyone else just kind of came from the south and went up this way. The most, visited streets are the market streets here. And some of them are labeled, and some of them are just kind of whatever. And then we've got some of the sort of business aspect of things. We've got the sort of, educational center here. We've got, like, the dock area, the dock district over here, like the very working class area. More residential places over here. Probably more residential. This is kind of like a little back alley area down here. It's kind of like where the black market would be. Because of course there's always a black market. And then people sort of more on the outskirts of town. These are more residential neighborhoods and stuff. Up here is the Royal Garden itself. Thank you, have a good night. I didn't even see that, sorry. The up here is more of like the Royal Gardens, and they spend a lot of time up here because that's where a lot of things get done. I again with the ADHD, I get very overexcited about certain projects and then just don't have the energy to finish them all the way. Regardless, they meet up here. They they get roped into the succession crisis of the royal line. The current succession line is, they're all descended from Olivia, Aqua's handmaiden, lady in waiting. I think this is maybe, what did I say? Maybe like 4 or 5 generations after Olivia lived, so 200 years. I don't know what that is in terms of like years and actual like something. It's a good number of generations past. Aqua is a legend at this point. They haven't really seen her in maybe 100 and something years. And at that point, it's kind of, you've kind of become a legend a bit more. Whoop. No, I dropped my rice. Got this other piece. Oh. Um, so basically, and this was a part that I'm not. When I first disclaimer, when I was first making this campaign, I thought to myself, I want to start in a very familiar place. I want to start in the city that Aqua lived and ruled over, Inferior City. And the first thing that kind of came to my mind was, a secession crisis. That would be interesting. Turns out it's a little harder to make one than you would think. I had to sort of contrive a few things to make it fit. The idea is we have Queen Cass. She is the one who married into the family. We have King Alexei. Wait, no. Is that his name? 1 second. We have King... Where is it? Yeah, King Alexei. Here's an evident problem. I originally was saying, it's a queendom, right? So the royal line gets passed down through the girls. But then I'm like, that's not very gender forward of me. What if your firstborn is a male? Why don't you make him the crown prince or princess? And also, if King Alexei is the one who, whatchamacallit, is the one directly related, then isn't he a man? So the queendom thing doesn't really work? Is it just called a queendom because the first ruler was a queen? I don't know. But then I was like, ooh, you know what would be interesting to do with genders? Maybe we'll make something. Maybe Queen Alexei can be a king. Maybe he's trans, and then maybe, he was originally supposed to get the crown, and then, but then I was like, but also, Freya is the firstborn girl, and she's not the crown princess. So never mind. But I still like the idea of Alexei being trans. That sounds cool. So I just did that. But I don't know. I think it's maybe more of like the firstborn becomes the ruler or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just a queendom because it was originally ruled by queens. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The real reason it's a queendom is because me, Aqua, still here, still technically the ruler. Kind of. In my Fix-It timelines, I have it so that she can always revisit her homeworld at any period in time. She ages with her homeworld's time, but she can revisit her own home at any point in time, and theoretically the drop-ins back then are much more frequent. I don't know why it's still called a queendom, just because it's very much part of active lore for me, I guess. Because the real reason is I never gave thought to what happens to the queendom after Aqua stops coming and after Olivia stops being the ruler. That's the real reason. Oh. Also, the reason it's called a queendom in the first place, it used to be called a kingdom, is because, this is a recent development, by the way. I fell in love with Aurora, the musician. I love her music so much. I saw this one song played in Sky, Children of the Light, which is a game I was playing on stream a few days ago. And it was like, not to spoil the concert too much, basically in Sky, they created an entire season dedicated to her. Like a whole 70-day season where all the events and the quests and the outfits were all themed around Aurora. And at the end, they had this big concert that they got over, I think, 100,000 concurrent watchers in the game to go to the concert. It was a very immersive concert in the game. And you were able to be in the server that could sort of visually represent 10,000 players. And if you don't know that's how cool that is, that's like each Sky server only can represent like 8 players at a time, fully modeled out. They sort of changed the modeling style so that you could still see the players' basic movements and their basic colors and tights, but it wasn't gonna overload your phone. And they got it to be that each instance of the stadium could have 10,000 viewers. And they played this amazing concert series. And I have I've saved the list of it somewhere. I think it's called Sky Concert, Aurora Concert. Where is it? Aurora Concert play. Oh, this is the actual concert I went to. Never mind. Where's the Sky Concert? Season of Aurora, I think it's called. There it is. They played these 7 songs in the concert, and before this, I kind of liked. I'm going on a tangent. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stall. I promise. Before this, I had heard Runaway in like 2016 or whenever it was released, and I loved it. It was really cool. I think I'd heard maybe Cure for Me, and I liked that too. And then I forgot about her for a while, and then she came back up in Frozen 2, I think during 2021. Excuse me. Whew. Like 2021-ish, I think is when hang on. When did Frozen 2 come out? 2019. Okay. 2019, I rediscovered her through Frozen 2. And was like, "Oh yeah, she exists. I forgot about her." I think that's also the point that I found Cure for Me. And then I started playing Sky 1 year later. Didn't realize that she was actually in the end credit song the whole time. I completely missed the fact that was her name. And then what was it? In 2022, her season dropped in Sky. And I'm like, oh yeah, I think actually there was some point along the way in like 21 or 22, maybe before that, I kind of got back into Aurora. It might have been during Frozen 2 actually that I kind of got interested in her. And I started listening to some of her music. I think that's when it happened. And then, because when her season ran in Sky, I was actually taking a break and I hadn't been playing for quite a while. And I saw a season of Aurora, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta come back for that. So I came back to the season. And we had these, I think these 4 here were all song quests that she sang the song and they played it in the game while you were doing the quests and running around checking out the world. And I'm like, of course I need Runaway. So I'm like, that's such a great song. Oh, there's a new song I never heard. Oh, Song Beside. Oh, I have heard of Aurora. Oh, or Warrior, rather. Ooh, The Seed is such a good song. And I'm like, so I started discovering new music from her from this season. And then, her concert came around and she played all these songs. And then I was like, I love the way she calls her warriors and weirdos a queendom. It feels like, it feels like so embracing and loving. Like, she's all about loving people and like being good to your friends and your loved ones and people and strangers. She's kind of like, if a forest fairy and a gremlin got together and made a singer-songwriter in that we can actually like interact with and chat with. So this song here kind of resonated with me a lot, and I'm like, I love that. I'm changing my Discord to say Queendom instead of I think that might have been it. I think that probably 2022. When did I make Queendom of Dragonaria? How old is this server? I'm checking my Discord server now. Let's see. Where's me? It'll tell me how long I've been a part of my own server. Oh, I didn't make the server until after her season ended, February 7th, 2023. I guess along the way at some point I probably was like, instead of calling this the Kingdom of Dragonaria, I should call it the Queendom of Dragonaria. So that's basically how it happened. Is I got obsessed with her music, and again I got obsessed with the music, and I was like, I'm gonna rename my little thing to Queendom of Aurora. Queendom of Dragonaria, as opposed to Kingdom. Anyway, that's a tangent. Sorry. Now you see why I never get anything done. What was I on? God, I can't remember what I was doing. Fuck. Panic. I want panic. What was I doing? I remember. So anyway, I don't know why I called it a queendom other than that. That's the reason I called it a queendom, and then I was like trying to make it fit, and I'm like, but it kind of doesn't fit. Unless you wanted to say it's a queendom because Aqua and Olivia were the first two queens. That's kind of probably what it is. It's gonna be, because, again, I named it because Aqua is the queen, So, I think that's the reason. Anyway, our players, right, not our players, our main NPCs, Queen Cass, so not the biological descendant of Olivia, and King Alexi, had 3 kids. First one's name was Alcor, and he is, I guess he's like maybe 5 years older than Roran-ish, maybe. Because Roran is his next youngest son, their next youngest son. And then Freya is 2 years younger than Roran. The way I tried to construct this what's it called? Succession crisis is, I was like, alright, of all the players they had, Kira gave me the most detailed backstory about the Cult of Thun and Fala and everything. I'm gonna make that, because I had the idea of, oh my god, wait, the Cult of Thun could be the perfect medium that Valroxia tapped into? The perfect vessel, I guess? That's who Roxy brought in to attack Aqua's queendom. It all makes sense. And then they're coming back to attack again, and it's gonna cause a succession crisis. I was a little bit like, I was trying to figure stuff out as I was going. Didn't help that I never gave myself proper time to prep. So I was like, alright, I'm gonna work this in so that the Cult of Thun was the original antagonists that tried taking over the queendom, and then now they're back for vengeance. What can I do? Why would they be here? How could they disrupt I said we're having a succession crisis. How can I make them disrupt everything that's going on here? Well, let's say there was a crown prince, and then another prince gets rediscovered who is the genuine heir of the queen and king, and he's older, and now now we're not sure who the crown prince should be. Now, chat, I did something silly, in, what session was it? Session 6. I did something very silly. And I didn't really ever kind of try and change it at the moment. The idea was that, the crown prince and all the royal family, so Alcor, right, okay, here's the thing, here's the sitch. Alright, hang on, here's the sitch. The idea was that 20 years ago, let's see, how old is, how old's Fala? She's 27. In Fala's lore, if you're in my D&D campaign, do not watch this part. If, just a double disclaimer. So Fala was part of the Cult of Thun. Her mom also wanted to do the whole power grab thing. Wanted her to become the next leader. Saw a lot of potential in Fala, who did have a lot of potential. The cult, I think, generally, when they're choosing the next, they're trying to find the next leader and figure out who's the next strongest to lead them, they usually end up finding them around like age 7 or 8 or something like that. Something like that. Basically, when Fala was like, getting her cult training and all that, the sisters who run the whole show are kind of like, ooh, we've got some really promising candidates here. There's Fala, there's her, like, the other person who was kind of, what's her name? Like, B something. What is it? Bezel? Becca? I don't ever heard. She and one other girl were basically, like, the two main candidates to be the next heir to the cult. And so my idea is that when Fall is around 7, like, the cult were kind of realizing, hey, we've got two very promising candidates on our hand. We have that bicentennial festival coming up in 20 years. We could maybe start planting seeds in the Queendom of Dragonaria and maybe take back the Holy Land. I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Kudos if you know that reference. Maybe take back the land that our founder tried to grab for us originally. Like, at this point, Val, like, people don't really, like, the reason Vala doesn't know Valoroxia's name, or didn't, is because, all the cultists now kind of just call her the founder. They don't really, like, go by names or anything in terms of that. They kind of, it's more about the title, as opposed to who it was. She's almost like a legend or a myth a little bit. Excuse me, yes, so the cult was like, let's start planting seeds now. I heard that the what's it called? I heard that the king and queen in Asphodel just had a baby recently. Let's go steal him and take him back to our own domain to raise, and we'll bring him back in at the right time to cause a bunch of disruption and maybe have our own implanted ruler in there. We'll raise him as our own. We'll have an implant, and we'll be able to control them from their own what's it called? I don't remember. Control them using their own blood, I guess. So the cult makes a plan to go steal the baby, and remember how I said that there's that one woman named Dana who sort of stayed behind to make sure the cult didn't come raiding again? She's still in the mountains. She's still guarding the mountain pass. She notices that the cult of Thune have re-infiltrated. So she kind of, like, sort of, like, keeps an eye on them. Is like, what are you guys up to? What are you doing? Sees them go and kidnap a baby. And think, oh, hell no, this is not gonna stand. So as the cult is, like, again, this is like 20 years before the campaign starts. As the cult's running away with the baby up the mountain pass, Dana stops them. Takes the baby from them. It's like, you're not getting away with that. Actually, I don't know. No, actually, I'm wrong. She doesn't see them steal the royal baby. She just catches them as they're running back up, and it's like, you're cultist, you're not up to no good. Why do you have a baby with you? He's not even a drow. So she stops them, not knowing who he is. That's why. She's a good person. She doesn't know who he is. So she stops them and takes the baby. And it's like, I don't know where your parents are, kid. I'm gonna raise you. And the cultists are, like, still scared of her because they remember the legend of Dana. Like, Dana is, like, one of those old tough-ass ladies. Like, don't mess with this old granny. She's still got a kick in her. She was there when the cult was first founded. Whoever this drow is knows all our secrets. Yada yada. Like, We'll let her keep the baby, and we'll tell the elder sisters about it because we don't know what's going on. Let's figure out. So she keeps baby Alcor, and the other cultists run back to their little hidey hole, and it's like, hey sisters, so this is like lady in a cabin that's like took the baby from us, and they're like, that's Dana, isn't it? Oh, I don't think we should fuck with her. I think we should let her keep the baby. And we'll let her put her guard down. Make it think it was totally innocent, whatever. And, we'll be back. When he's of age, we'll be back. And we'll take him. And we'll put him back in the kingdom. We'll pretend to be royals. And, like, that we're coming looking for our kid. So they make arrangements. And they send more sisters back down through a different pass this time. And they're like, they basically, go deep undercover for, like, 20 years. And they become guards, they become, like, administrators and healers and all these people high up in the ranks of Aspenfall. In fact, I have a document listing out who they are. Where are they? We got, I forgot to give her a name. Rasna, the leader sister. She's the main sister who runs the operation. We've got Vaxnar, who's also a sister, kind of helping. Then we got some Daughters of Thune. Daughters of Thune are not full members, but they do have some rights. They have more rights than other people. I won't go into the whole, you can look at this hierarchy chart if you want to. This is what me and Kira figured out. That's basically the breakdown. I'll let you come back to that at your own leisure. But basically, there's two main sisters who are running the show. Ancient Shadow, aka Rasna, is she is the last line. She should never be visible ever. Vaxnar should mostly be invisible, but can come out and be visible if she needs to be. And then we got the people undercover. We got Azaria, real name Namora, after one of my OCs. Azaria, who's one of the captains of the guard. I did originally say I want them to be drow that are disguising themselves as human, but then I figured that's a little too risky. Also, if they're daughters, they wouldn't be full drow, probably. They'd probably just be human. So they're not drow. They're just human who are part of the cult. We got Malachite, aka Lith. And I decided to make her, I think, half drow, I guess. And she's also posing as one of the guard members. She's like the captain. Azaria became the general, by the way. We've got Talus, aka Sithril, who is another, she's like a trainer for the guards. So she literally tells them how to work out. Those three are the main ones involved in the search party to look for Prince Alcor. And they delayed that search for 20 years. In the meanwhile, Queen Cat, 5 years after her son gets kidnapped, Queen Cat has another baby, that's Aurora, and he becomes the crown prince, yada yada. The search parties kind of keep going out, but after 10 years, it kind of just it's 1 or 2 at a time. They're still searching for him, but they're not all the time searching for him. And it's being delayed because of these three, who are on all the search parties and are actively delaying and moving them away from where Dana is. Mostly, what they do is they, we don't know which way he went. They they take the party that goes up this way, and then they come back and say, there's nothing, I don't see anything. And then they take other groups of people up every other direction, and, they make their way all around the mountain, yada yada. So they basically delay the party, the search parties. Where are we? Where is it? This one. We've got, Leonora, who's an acolyte. She got indoctrinated during the process. Originally, she was meant to be, all of them were supposed to originally be full members. But then I talked to Kira, and she was like, that's a little unrealistic. They wouldn't all be sisters, because sisters usually stay where they are and don't, leave. So I said they're all acolytes then, so they're just people who got indoctrinated while the main 5 were here. So Leonora, who is a healer, a royal healer. We've got Lex, aka Kathana, who is, I believe, our administrative assistant. We got numerous unnamed males, because I needed some fodder for our battle, which you may have noticed. Where is it? Excuse me, this one. We needed a bunch of random dude bros to be our fodder, and I got told by Kira that they would be the grunt work of the cult. Usually they're kind of slaves and stuff, actually. Kind of Amazonian style. So anyway, these guys go deep undercover. They get a lot of people to help them out. Where am I? Here. Okay. And so for 20 years, they curry favor. They become right hands of the queen, the king. They become invaluable. I'll go back here so you can see this. And then finally, it comes time to bring out Alcor. Right as he turns 20, I think? Right before Roran is gonna turn 18, actually. That's what. I believe Azaria and probably Talus, because Malachite doesn't do this part. She specifically doesn't. Azaria and Talus lead the final mission up the side of the cliff, over to the little hideout, and they we're gonna test to see if you have royal blood. You match the description of what the son would look like. Of course they know it's him, but they test it with the whole, we tested magic, we put a drop of the, check out the blood. And they had a match, and like, oh my god, we found the prince. What are you doing with him? We're gonna take him now. And Dana, who has been suspicious of cult members but not of the royal guard, says like, "Oh, you're his parents. Are you know, he's a royal family member. Of course he should go back. Alcor, you go with that?" He's like, "Sure, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go back." Doesn't know how to be a prince, but you know, been living in the mountains this whole time. They take him back and they bring him to the palace, and of course Queen Cass and King Alexia are like, "Oh my god, it's our son, what the heck, like, he's all back, yada yada." And that's how I decided to make the succession crisis, because the elder son, the legitimate heir to the throne, is back. Somehow, miraculously. Right before Roran turned 18. Is it before he turned 18 or 16 or 17? Something like that. I don't remember. Where is he? Soon to be 18, yeah. So, right before he turned 18. And became legal. So anyway, of course they're like, okay, we now have a problem because we have a firstborn, and rule of thumb is the firstborn gets the crown. It doesn't matter what gender they are, the firstborn gets the crown. That's my official ruling on it, because, you know, we're gender inclusive here. Technically, Alcor should be the crown prince. But also, Rowan's been training for this his whole life. So, they decide to name Alcor the crown prince, mostly because Roran is kind of like, that's fine. Like, he's like a very bubbly, like, jovial little kid. Alcor is more reserved, mostly because he hasn't had anything to talk to other than his mom for most of his life. And occasional travelers. Yeah, so, like, Roran's kind of, like, very much, oh, of course, big bro. He's more excited to have a big brother than he's worried about giving up the crown. He's very beloved. A lot of people love him. So that's where I want the problem to happen. That's when I'm planning this all out. I'm like, this is where I want the problem to be. Roran is beloved. Roran is known by everyone. Alcor is brand new. Yes, he is older, but a lot of people, I feel like, would have that sort of divide of, one of them is the beloved prince who we've been thinking is going to be the next king all along. One of them is an older prince who should legally have the right, but we don't really know him very well. That's the conflict. That's what I want it to be. And during the assassination scene, so right, I had the party kind of get introduced to the royal family because they meet Freya, who's the youngest sibling, and she's carefree because she's not going to become the ruler at any time. And she's like running through the tunnels and escaping the guards and yada yada, you know, the guards who's supposed to protect her. Meets the party. They don't know she's the princess at first. They have a little fun adventure. They end up at a little, like, restaurant together. And the guards come and they're like, "Come on, princess, we gotta go back." And they're like, "You're the princess?" And she's like, yeah, and she, like, makes mention of, "Oh yeah, my brothers are kind of having a bit of a fight right now, but I probably shouldn't say much else." And then the guards are like, "You gotta get back. You can't talk to strangers about that." So the party, of course, gets intrigued. And the party's like, "What's going on? There's a succession crisis, you say? I want to know more about that." So, I believe Freya gives her a little token of hers so that they can come to the castle and ask for her, basically. So they do. They come to the castle. They meet with Queen Cass. They're like, "Hey, it looks like you're having problems. What, can we do anything to help you? Like, is this kind of a thing?" I think they hear, like, whispers too. Like, they start hearing about, like, I try and basically get them to care by giving them a person that they're connected to in the castle. And then saying, like, having them spot, like, suspicious figures, which are meant to be, like, the cultists kind of shifting around and running about and doing stuff. And then make them suspicious of, like, hey, the girl we just met who we really like, she might be in a bit of trouble. Also, we've got an ad coming up in 1 minute, just so you know. So they go in, they talk to Queen Cass, they go help her. During the time that we have our sessions, they end up going to Dina's cabin, and they find, a little, like, a ring and, like, a little, like, journal that kind of basically talks about Uh, yeah, there. Like, Dana was talking about, the first time that, Roxy made her and the other followers of Thune kill somebody. Um, and again, exactly. She's been sitting up there for almost 200 years. And this is also written a while ago. Um, she has a ring too that Alcor ends up keeping. She has like the whole bracelet, all of the jewelry and ornaments that the cultists have. She has a copy of. Um, Also, I later decide that the various rings and bracelets are also ways for the cultists to track other cult members. And that's how also they end up tracking Dana to make sure they don't run into her too early. That's how they tracked Alcor once he took possession of the bracelet and the ring. But yeah, so they go to the cabin, they discover all this lore, and then the house gets set on fire because the cultists are there, and they set the house on fire to try and throw them off the trail. I think something happened before then. What was it? Well, I don't fucking know. It's not written. But yeah, no, basically I start lore dropping that Thune's cultists are up to something, and Thala, of course, who is a Thune cultist, is like, oh, or ex-cultist, is like, oh shit, that's not good. This is a attempt at doing a Magic the Noah dungeon, and my party hated it, because I didn't preface it at all, I didn't tell them what it was about. It was fun, but I wouldn't do that without warning. Anyway, so, yeah, so basically they're kind of like there's some suspicious things going on, so we're gonna go. They bring all the stuff they find from the cabin back, and they show Alcor, and he's like, oh my god, that's remember this bracelet, she always wore that. Puts it on, they start tracking him now. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff and shenanigans in here. Now I actually have to pay attention a little bit to what I'm looking at, because this is gonna be important for this. But yeah, so we have all that. Then we have the final day of the festival, in which I fuck up and decide, just instead of shooting Roran, which the assassins should be shooting to make it look like Alcor's trying to get rid of his brother, I have them instead shoot at Alcor and have Roran jump in the path to block it, because he's a good guy like that. And I really should have just at that point has said, oh, I meant Roran. You're supposed to get shot at, and then Alcor jumps in the way. But I didn't. And either way, Roran ends up getting shot. And I I tried to justify it as someone wanted to take out Alcor because they knew that he was suspicious. And then Roran ended up jumping in, and the favorite prince got hurt anyway. I also tried to maybe justify it a little bit as whoever was shooting at Alcor knew that Roran would jump in the path, and figured it'd be less suspicious to shoot Alcor instead of shooting Roran. I don't know. I was originally trying to make it so that they shoot at Roran so that it looks like Alcor's the bad guy. Now it's complicated. Either way, whatever the case, it might have been a prediction thing. It might have been they knew that Roran would jump in the path, and they're trying to lay low and shoot at Alcor instead. Because then if he does die, then no one is like torn up about it. I don't know. But that's the point, though. That's kind of the point. They want people to be torn up about it. I don't know. I had to justify the reasoning for my accidental oopsies. Shoot the wrong prince. So anyway, that happens. Now the party's really invested. They managed to catch one of the drow assassins, who came after them. And, I made also an attempt to try and, justify my oopsie, shot the wrong prince. I said that, so way back in the beginning, I said that Victor and Eldrin took a little detour down to Samayiri, and they got a potion for Victor's mom, a perfume. The perfume, was made out of a flower blossom, the Zucafi blossom. Doesn't really matter the name, but it's the only region that the Zucafi blossom grows. So I made that come back to bite them when I said, hey, the poison that was on the arrow that shot Vorin is made of a version of the coffee blossom, which means it could only be made in that one village in the Samayiri Plains. And you guys seem to recognize that potion, so I tried to make it like the cultists were kind of getting onto the party, like seeing the party, messing around with their stuff and going, those guys could be a problem. We should try and frame them so they get out of the picture. Like make it seem like it wasn't us. So just another attempt, just another layer of intrigue I tried to add without really much support in the background, other than, hey, I want to use this flower that you mentioned. I also fucked up a little bit because I said the potion would give them an extra spell slot or something, and then when it came down to it, it was actually, I was trying to, in that moment I was very much like, it's the cure to the poison, use that as your healing thing, and it's like, and then like Bird told me later, I didn't think the potion could be useful for healing, because you told us it wasn't for healing, you told us it was for getting a spell slot, because I thought at the time, that's a cool effect, we don't have many potions that do that. So, I fucked up again. Oops. And that came down again to not planning. So, anyway. Where was I? Right. So, yeah, the cultists seem to be onto the party. They're like, literally called, remember that potion. Cultists seem to be onto them, and they're trying to frame them a little bit. And make Queen Cass distrust them. And, at that point, that's when Vaxnar steps in, and she's kind of like the second sister of the two that is part of the operation. And she's trying to paint herself in the middle of getting Queen Cass to distrust the party. She's trying to be like, I am your solution. I am from the Order of the Pale Moon, wink wink. And I'm here to solve your problem with the cultists of Thun. I can help you figure that out. Of course, Fala immediately goes, that's highly suspicious and highly doubtful. There's no Order of the Pale Moon that I've ever heard of, and that doesn't sit right with me. So, and of course ends up telling Vaxnar. And realizes Vaxnar is trying to pit the party against the, or pit the queen against the party, so she can't trust him to figure out what's going on. Basically, the idea is the cultists were trying to create this disturbance in the order of secession, and then did not account for the fact that a D&D party would be there to stop them. Anyway, let's see what else happens. False order, blah blah blah. That's what happens here. They go back to the House of Dana. I don't remember. I think it's because. What is it? I don't remember why they went back. What did I say? I didn't have a session plan. Oh, great. I didn't write anything for these. Fuck. I think that, it must have been something about Vaxnar said she was going to go back and check for something? What did I write? God. There's, luckily, Bird's been taking notes for me. This was session... This is part really why I'm reviewing stuff. Now we're kind of getting into the meat of things. Let's see. Sorry. Got beaten from the hospital and got to Malachite. It's the why figures in kidnapping. Oh, right, because the Order of the Pale Moon said they specifically tracked down the Thune cultists and trying to eliminate them. I don't know why this is here. She toss her suspicion for this area. Sure. For those two symbols, yada yada. Oh yeah, also at that point, Fala tells the party that she's a former cultist. Doesn't tell them that she is the heir, but tells them that she's a cultist. That's why she's so paranoid. That's why she knows a bit more about these guys than she's letting on. I think what happened is that maybe like Vaxnar said to Queen Cass, "I'm gonna go track the cults down. I have a lead. It might be in the east." And Queen Cass is like, "Cool." The party comes in and goes, "You let her go by herself? She's a cult." And that's how Fala gets the queen to trust her. She's like, "I used to be a cult member. You cannot trust Vaxnar. I know that she's a cult member and she's posing as something else." So anyway, that's how they earn the trust, and then they go after Vaxnar, and they go back to the cabin, and this time there is a, where is it? This one, Cabin Fight 2. This time they find a secret cave, hidden behind the sort of like initial path they came up, and they end up finding a bunch of drow like assassin people. Which again, before I realized that most of the drow don't really come out of the cult, that's what I assumed they were. So anyway, bunch of drow in the cave. They this was supposed to be his area, and then wasn't his area, and then I reused this name a few times. Doesn't really matter what that was. Anyway, they kill everyone here. They find Vaxnar sort of coming up behind them and clapping, slow clapping, like, "Congratulations, you eliminated them. Excellent." And like, "We're not buying your bullshit anymore. We're gonna just take you out." So then I wasn't ready for Vaxnar to die yet, and I kind of did that session a little bit poorly. I kind of hand waved a little bit how she got away. I was like, "Oh yeah, she just sprinted out of a distance of your tracking spell," and then, kind of gave her a little bit of help from another agent. That's why I brought Agent Shadow in, because I wanted to be like, she was the person. She's always been the person skulking in the background. Now she's a real and relevant character. But before, it was like, I didn't want Vaxnar to die yet, and I didn't sort of advertise that yet quite as much. So the party, of course, thought they could fight her, and they did. They tried to fight her, and so I had to run away. And then run away real good, and get out of tracking range. So it was a little bit of I felt a little bit bad about that one. That was not meant to be how the session went. I didn't want to, like, fudge stuff that badly. At the same time, I was not ready for Vaxnar to die. So, anyway, not project, what's the, I should have, never mind, I can't remember the word for it. I was gonna say, like, how to make it obvious that something's supposed to be a certain way. Projected, or forecasted, or televised? Not televised. There's a word for it. I can't remember what it is. Oh well. But yeah, so I meant to make it more obvious that, she was supposed to live. So anyway, back to what happened. We had, what was this? Oh, they start talking to the other people who were part of the party, cause the original search party, because they were like, "That's really suspicious that you didn't find Alcor for 20 years." So they go and talk to Azaria, because they're already suspicious of Azaria. They talk to Malachite, and they start realizing Malachite is kind of a softie, actually. Talos is just whatever. Talos is totally whatever. But then I get the idea of, oh, maybe, uh, why is this, wait, this should be, Eldrin, I think. Yeah, there we go. The whole party, is suspicious of Azaria because she's kind of been being a little dodgy and suspicious a lot. They end up going back to Azaria's office and they find a secret tunnel. I believe that is this one. They find secret tunnels in the basement. Oh yeah, that's how I did the overlay. I forgot. Where are these maps? Oh, it's here. I forgot that that's how I did the map. What am I? Oh, my soda. So, and again, I fucked up here a little bit again, because I originally made it so that you had to get the information you needed to get, you needed to roll a high enough check. And that ended up backfiring on me because they didn't roll the high enough check, and they thought, oh, there's nothing here in the secret tunnel, I'm just gonna keep moving, and they found a bunch of other stuff, but not, the actual, not the actual information I needed them to find. So then I kind of was like, apologies, actually with that perception roll, you did find secret drawers, you didn't think you had time to look through them. Ah, nice. It's one of those, ah! Oh no, it's leaking. It's one of those ramen sodas that you pop the little thing in, and it just started leaking all over my, my hand and my desk. I think it's because I was walking back, and it was, like, shaking around, probably, in my bag. Damn it. So anyway, I direct them to, Azaria's basement, kinda. Like, she's got an office up here, and then they find a little tunnel slide that goes down through here. Leads to a giant network of tunnels. The, reason it's in Azaria's base, by the way, or Azaria's office, is because she's the general. And the general generally needs to have an escape route, and these tunnels are kind of like the ones that Freya, like, snuck around in to find the party originally. But, mostly they're used as, like, emergency escape tunnels for the royal family, basically. And they're mostly not used anymore, so people don't always remember them. And, I made a habit also of putting them behind tapestries. Anyway, they find a bunch of tunnels, and they find, some secret information in one of them. And, they realize, hey, there's a lot of people undercover, actually, right now. There's a lot of people, like, they found, like, a list of names, like, coded, of course, but list of names. They found, dates and times. They're, like, there's a big thing that's coming up. They're trying to, like, do something to the prince, I think. You know, they're trying to, like, basically, like, screw up the ceremony. They've been watching people for years. Like, this is a big conspiracy. There's people deep undercover. Let's see. So yeah, that's what Secret Tunnels is all about. Healing word, my champion. Healing word, my champion Bahamut. They're shooting at us. We're gonna die. Exactly. Also, welcome, engineer. Hello, welcome to stream. But yeah, so they end up running through the tunnels. They're trying to figure out who's part of the conspiracy a little bit. They end up running into, and as I'm doing this, I'm kind of thinking, like, oh, Malachite's such a softie, I kind of want her to, like, maybe turn on the party, the cult. And the reason I make that viable is that's about when I talk to Kira and learn that, hey, actually, these guys shouldn't all be, everyone deep undercover shouldn't all be Sisters of Thun, because most sisters don't leave the cult. So that's why I'm saying, okay, so what if Malachite is a daughter instead? And isn't, like, a full-fledged member, and that's why she's a little bit disloyal to the cult. Like, her mom was maybe captured in a raid, and she later became a cult member. You're looking at a part who just tried to flirt with Tiamat after they rolled their first net one in the campaign, also high. Classic bard move. You probably shouldn't be trying to do that, I would say. That's probably not a good idea. You'll have better luck flirting with Tiamat than Bahamut, but still, Not smart, my friend. Not smart. But yeah, so the idea is that Malachite's kind of after 20 years away from the cult, she's kind of starting to be like, I'm kind of over it. I kind of want to get out, but also I don't know how to get out because it's a cult, and if you try and leave a cult, bad things happen. But yeah, so anyway, so I'm let's see. So they leave the tunnels after finding out all this information, and they're like, all right, we gotta like figure out what to do next. And this is also the point at which they go back to Queen Cass and they review all the information. They're like, listen, there's people deep undercover. You need to be really careful. I think there's bracelets too that have tracking on them, so you need to get rid of those guys because they're gonna listen into what you're doing. They in an attempt to allow my party to have more agency, I say, all right, you guys, I'm gonna, I basically give them the hint through the documents that at Base Falls is where a larger encampment of cultists are currently based, and that's where you can go if you want to try and attack them at their source. That might be where you want to go to try and disrupt the operation so they can't mess up the final festival. Full context is that my character is a drunk love child of Tiamat and Bahamut, which means his divine power is cancelled out and made into a gray tiny kobold. And my character is like, I'm a city girl, so long as my parents let you hit, you can. Wait, so long as my parents let you hit, you can. That's funny. The idea of the two powerful dragons' powers canceling out, and then she's a little kobold. I'd be so mad. I'm like, you could have just had, you couldn't have had me any other way. Like, I could have been a really strong dragon, and I'm just a kobold. Oh my god. That would drive me insane. But yeah, so my party I gave them the idea of, hey, if you go to Base Falls, you might be able to take them out, actually. You should probably do it quickly because, oh boy, in the final festival's coming up in a day or two. I believe, what is this one? What did I do here? Oh, before they go to Base Falls, they go to Malachite, and did I not write what the fuck I was doing? Oh my god. I have no notes from this session. Oops. Basically they go to Malachite first because they sensed her kind of wavering and said, hey, listen, zone of truth, but also you seem like you're hesitant to work with the sisters. Like, we're pretty sure you're a sister or a daughter or you're a cultist of some kind. Would you be willing to turn against them? We will help you if you help us, basically. And part of the issue is the sisters have an oath or something that they can't talk about certain cult things without they can't talk about it to non-cult members, basically. But because Fala is a former cult member and technically still counts as a cult member, she's able to get the full truth out of Malachite. Because she gets the other people to leave the room, and she's like, tell me everything, and we'll help you do whatever you need to do. We'll help you get out, we'll help you start a new life. Can you please help us with this final mission, and stuff like that. And then Malachite's like, I really do feel loyal to Queen Cass, and I really liked my time here, and I don't want to hurt her. I didn't know how else to go about this, so I will help you. And then we'll figure out if I'm going to leave the party, or leave the city, or stay, or whatever, who knows. My bard friend tried to gain Mama's approval and got incinerated. Oh no! And they had a special trait where they can cast good and bad spells, but only when they do, they temporarily break the balance. So they cast Mass Healing Word, they're slightly more Tiamat. So people see him as a baby Asmodeus. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's cool. Like a balance mechanic. But yeah, so they interview Malachite, and she's like, yep, I will help you. Just let me out of here. They managed to break her bracelet so they can't, or they put her bracelet somewhere where it can't be tracked. Either they break it or they, dispel it or something. I don't remember. And then they go and they raid the falls. That's what this is. Let me pull it up. Where is it? Base Falls. So the last two sessions we've been doing this. In a moment, yeah. I'm just getting around to the whole, like, here's the setup, and now I've got to figure out how to bring it all together. Um, but this is the Base Falls map. So they've been raiding this for the past 2 sessions. They got all the way through these floors first. And then they finally had a big scene moment over here in the second session, and they talked with Vaxnar, who was there. Also, who was there was Azaria, the guard general, the general of the royal forces. Um, and she and Ancient Shadow, aka what's her name, Rastna, were also there. And basically what happened here is I wanted to give the party closure with Vaxnar because they didn't get a chance to kill Vaxnar earlier. But I also wanted to keep some people alive for the final part of the plan, which is to infect Alcor with the mad ravings of the negative Tun death goddess. That's a party spoiler. Hope my party isn't watching. So anyway, I gave the party time. I originally tried to set it up like almost like a clank mechanic where, if they made a certain amount of noise or weren't stealthy enough for stuff, they would lose, or I guess they would gain alarm points in a way. Like the more people will be alert about where they were, people start mobilizing. It took them so long to fight their way up this corridor mostly because because Arana, the raging barbarian, has a special mechanic where she goes into a rampage and can't control her rage. We called it blind rage, and so the party had to keep staying behind her so that they wouldn't be able to they wouldn't get caught in her blind rage by accident because she doesn't control who she hits when she's in blind rage. And so it took them a whole session to get all the way up through here. And then finally, the last session we had, they finally encountered Vaxnar only, because I made it when they were moving their way up. As soon as the upper level was alerted that there are intruders, I sent Azaria and Ancient Shadow running up this tunnel to try and leave and get out of the vicinity and go back to the city so they could do the final poisoning. That's why they're off to the map. But yeah, so and they had plenty of time to run away, and they left Vaxnar behind. Basically, as in lore, she is a way to stall the party as long as she can. And in Director DMing, it was a way to give my players a chance to finally kill the one character that I accidentally, kind of on purpose, but accidentally, unfairly took away from them that they couldn't kill a couple sessions ago. And by a couple sessions, I mean like 10 sessions ago. So that's what that was, and Fala got a very satisfying final smash on Vaxnar. Got a bludgeon her head against the wall. It was fantastically cathartic for her, I'm sure. That leaves us with where we are now. I need to make a session for next time. Let me pull up. Do I not have a template? I do have a template. So let me get this. Only 2.5 hours in, after I explain all of the lore, I finally get around to making this session. Talk about procrastination, session 18. I don't have a name for it yet. It will be tomorrow, 5/3/24. 24, 26, oh my god. I don't know how much of use I can be, but I can give you my homebrew thing I keep around. Yeah, why not? Go ahead. All this campaign is homebrew, by the way. I mean, I'm using D&D mechanics, but mostly it's homebrew. I think once I start getting into the nitty-gritty of, like, how to make certain sessions flow well, like, that's kind of where the help might happen. I'll allow it. Set it through. Let me get ready to catch it. Some links are allowed, but yeah, this one. Oh, it did. How do I? Nightbot automatically stopped it. All right, let me send you my Discord server so you can send it on there. I thought I could catch it before it did that, but it seems like it's an auto catch. That makes sense, honestly. I do have it. Hang on, can I send it? There we go. I can send it. Is that the one? Should be the one, I think. This needs to close. This one's open. Perfect. Alright. What did I have open a second ago? This one. But yeah, so that's actually, yeah, why not? You know what? Before I open random links, let me check it out on a different browser real quick. Let's see. Oh, it's like false deity stuff. That is cool. I will probably read through this more thoroughly later. Currently not where I'm at the moment. But I like that. That's cool. That's okay. Uh, yeah, most of the help that you might be able to offer tonight is more like, does the stuff I'm talking about make sense? We do have an announcement. I'll write this in later probably, but mostly it's just will be out of town for the next 2 weekends, and then Memorial Weekend. No one is free. So we either gotta wrap up this arc today, or we cry and wait a month. Wait, more than a month. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 weeks. Wait, next week, week after that. Yeah, a month. Yeah, a month. If we can finish, this arc today, then we can have a mini session in between. We can also just have a mini session in between regardless, but it probably won't be tiring. Like a one-shot type thing. What other announcements do we have? Yeah, it's okay. Stick around for a while though. I'm sure something will come up that you can offer. Okay, so yeah, our scheduling problems, perpetual, of course. We have let's see. Also next time we meet, will likely be next time we meet for a full lore Taran session will probably be what's today's date? I need a whole calendar to look at. Not that weekend. Probably this weekend. The 6th or the 7th. June 6th or 7th. Don't make any jokes now. I'm sick of that. Cause Bird moves back to their home the week before. Also, we will be mostly a virtual at that point. Pont. This is a great song, by the way. A Soul No King by Aurora. So good. Let me let her cook. I'm getting distracted. Like a man with no wisdom and a soul with no king. Mostly virtual at that point. Moving forward. Just me and Yump left. I gotta change those names back to our actual names before my actual session, but I'm gonna put this in here for stream purposes. Stream porpoise. Anyway. Okay, so. Hang on. Oh no, the marble got stuck in my ramen soda. Ramune? I had to pop it open with a chopstick. Do I have any more snackies? I think I'm out of snackies. Damn it. I ran out of snackies. It's fine, we can do this. Going for the kill. Anyway, sorry. Distracted by the music. Such a banger of a song, though. VOD watchers are going to be so confused because I have the music turned off for VOD, but you'll hear it on stream. Think he's not your friend. When the world starts to burn, give your water to him. Banger. Anyway, sorry. Okay, plot points. I'm getting distracted by Aurora. That's pretty standard, honestly, for me. Okay. So, here's where we're at. We need to get the party back to Inferior City, first of all. That'll be probably pretty easy. I don't remember what we put for last session. Where is it? What did I write? Let's read, actually. The session plots. Scene resumes as Arana fighting 2 guards. Yada yada, just more combat stuff, sneaking past, blah 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 blah. Vaxnar starts monologuing. We came here to reclaim what was rightfully ours. And again, I'm trying to paint the Thun cultists like they think they're on the right, kind of, you know, because they're doing this for religious reasons. They're like, our god demands blood. She wants violent death, and we need to give it to her in blood and all that. So it's like, and again, because the founder, Valeraxia, my OC, originally tried to conquer these lands that they're trying to conquer now, the cult feels like they're entitled, almost like a crusade of sorts. Like, we're entitled to these lands. We ruled over them for a few years. If my timeline is to be believed, which, I mean, theoretically it should be, this timeline. If my timeline is to be believed, the Thun cultists would have ruled for like a year and a half-ish over the kingdom. And again, this is one of those weird lore things that when I was a kid I came up with all this, and now that I'm trying to piece it together as an adult, I am trying desperately to make it make sense. Mostly because I don't have to redo a lot of it from scratch. Excuse me. So, if I'm believing my timeline here, the Thun cultists were ruling over then known as like the kingdom of Aspenfall for about a year and a half to 2 years maybe, they therefore believe that they have the right to come back and claim it. So yeah, these blessed lands that our founder conquered for us, to settle in and spread our ideals, they were all ripped from our hands by that conniving dragon zipper. That's me. We are simply here to take back what was owed to us. And Victor casts Detect Thoughts on Vaxnar, while Arana questions if the founder's name is Roxy. This goes back to what I was saying, in that within the cult, their lore is that they don't know the founder's name. Her title was more important. So her name has been lost to time for over the 200 years that's been. Vaxnar answers truthfully, she does not know the name Roxy. And don't worry about the parentheses. So, unfortunately, again, I'm trying to hint to the party that, like, hey, this Roxy person is suspicious, you should probably check her out, because I want the next arc to be a magic arc. I think that's gonna bring everyone together, and now that I have a better sense of people's characters, it's gonna really bring out Eldrin a bit more, because Eldrin has been very quiet in our party, mostly because Kai's quiet, and I want Eldrin to have more of a voice, and he's very much connected to Valeraxia. He was made by her, essentially. And Vaxnar is also the founder of Vala's cult. She's the person who turned Arana into a frog for interfering with her herb gathering process, and she's the person that Victor's going to want to talk to about the most in terms of how to make a potion of immortality to help him live longer and be with his mom longer. So all this is going to try and lead into Valoroxia being the next story point. After that, though, I might let the party explore and do whatever they want. But we'll figure that out. Anyway, Irana questions why Valoroxia follows the founder if she doesn't even know her name, to which Vaxnar replies along the lines of, "The gracious and benevolent founder was the one who won these lands for us. She intended to elevate us to greatness, but it was all taken away from us." Again, showing the whole idea of why Valoroxia was trying to rile up the original Thun followers at first to become a cult, because she saw this little group of outcasts accept her and her potions and her magic and her alchemy, and they were kind of outcast themselves because they were drow and following a death goddess. And so she's like, you guys need to take back what, you guys need to make space for yourself, and then she turned them into a cult. And again, the idea was built on, I want a place for us to live and just to be able to be ourselves, and it got corrupted over many years. So then she gets tired of monologuing, and then Val is like, well, Vaxnar is like, I guess you'll never get to hear what we're planning to do next. And then I think as Vaxnar and Arana are fighting, Arana is, again, because she has this blind rage she keeps going into, and there's a reason for it too. I don't want to. I'll let you guys know, because again, no one from my party should be listening to this. Basically, Arana's whole shtick is that she has this weird sort of blind rage thing going on with her, where she sometimes blacks out and does stuff that she doesn't mean to do, and then she accidentally killed her parents because of it. So she's trying to find ways to control her rage. And Fala originally presents herself as a follower of Thun in terms of a Thun goddess who represents gentle death. And, acceptance and stuff. And Fala's like, that sounds great. I might try and either become a paladin a little bit, or become some kind of, religious barbarian in some way that, follows Thun as a way to try and control my anger. And me and Kira are over here going, I don't know if Thun's gonna help you control your anger problems. We can't tell her, though, because that was before Fala had come out to the group saying she used to be a Thun cultist. So we couldn't tell Arana, hey, are you trying to, because you probably shouldn't use Thun as a way to control your anger. She's not having an easy time controlling her anger either. So anyway, that's why, so Arana goes for Thun, because she's, trying to follow Thun a little bit. And then Vaxnar's like, what do you mean? Shouldn't we be on the same side then? And then she's like, you're wrong, there's a better side of Thun. Maybe you can be more open-minded. And then Vaxnar would never be interested, but she kind of, she knows how to act in a way that makes the other party think that she's gonna be nice to them, so she's like, interesting. But Victor, who's still reading her mind, is like, that's not a genuine interesting. She's not interested in converting at all. All of the Thun cultists are pretty much brainwashed into believing what they are doing is right. So anyway, then Vaxnar starts making a run for it, because maybe she can still get away, but I'm also at the point where I'm like, she might or may not run away. Regardless, I don't care if she dies. If she dies here, that's fine. I've accepted that fate. That's why I sent Azaria and Rasna away earlier, to be the final enactors of the plan. So she starts running away. Victor hears her as she steps away, hears her go, I hope I kept him long enough, Lady Shadow. And then Victor's like, oh shit, this was a diversion! Shit, fuck, I don't know what to do. So anyway, and then I believe, yeah, so Vaxnar, by the way, she was one of the people who left on the mission about 20 years ago, probably wouldn't have recognized Fala by name yet, because it was a little bit before Again, a lot of the information in the cult is kind of like tiered and gated, so only people only know what they need to know in order to, you know, like, um, what's it called, to do their job. So Vaxar doesn't know who Fala is, and that's how me and Kira have been making sure the party doesn't ever find out yet that Fala is not only a cult member, but also the heir, specifically. Like, she's told them that she is the cult member at this point, but she's not told them that she's meant to be the heir. And again, I've made it so that the cult isn't actively searching for Fala. They're trying to disrupt a nation as opposed to looking for her. So Vaxar would have known about the potential that there were heirs on the way, and then was sent on this mission to try and set up the heir to be able to reconquer the lands, yada yada. And Vaxar at this point, and this is part of why I said Vaxar can die here, because as soon as Vaxar tells Fala this, Fala's gonna want to kill her, so she can't tell anyone her secret. Yeah, so Vaxar goes, "You remind me of someone. Are you related to name of Fala's mom?" I don't know if we have any for her, but if she did, she says it here. And then she goes like, "See you around, little drow," and this lay her neck, and then runs down the stairs. So then, and then of course Fala chases after her, and then sees Fala's final hammer smash coming in, and she's like, "That fire in your eyes, Lady Thune will be pleased." And then says her final, "I gotta join her ever-raiding army." That's like what they all say when they die. And then, you know, Fala pancakes her into the wall. So basically, at this point, the only two people left to carry out the plan, to go poison the prince and make him like go crazy, is Azaria and what's it called? Azaria and Ras. I think it's Rasna. I'm gonna go check so I don't keep saying her name wrong. It's Rasna. Okay, cool. So that, yeah, she basically is like, she's accepts her death, basically. Victor, of course, over here is going like, "Fala, you don't seem okay. By the way," this is a fun mechanic that me and Kira have. We, want Fala to slowly get more and more corrupted by Thune's mad ravings. The positive Thune and negative Thune are both, like, clashing right now and stuff. And so we have, every time that Fala long rests, Kira rolls a d20. And depending how high the number is or how low the number is, depends on how good she is for the day. Like, if she rolls a 19 or a 20, like, perfect. She's not disturbed by Thune at all. In fact, maybe Thune has some insight for her. She rolled a 3 for this day. And so she was in a foul mood, like really kind of like embracing all of the negative traits of Thune and the violent death and the paranoia and just all sorts of shit. And Victor, of course, being the sort of empathetic artificer half-elf he is, was like, "Something's not right with you. We gotta talk about something, because you are not right in the head. I don't like it." So Victor is the one who like catches the tail end of Fala brutally murdering this drow lady that they've been following around for a while. They loot everything, of course. They get some ingredients. They explore a little bit more, yada yada. And then I give them that final view over here, the little bit of I leave them with the view that Arana comes out of the long tunnel she explores and discovers gets to look out over the city. She's kind of standing up here a little bit, and she's like looking out over the city that she first came in from this way, so it's kind of like nostalgic for her, and she sees the beautiful cityscape that all like kind of like this. So anyway, I did leave myself notes, thankfully. Let me copy this over, cause I kind of need this. I also told them they could level to level 5, so we gotta deal with that. Did I actually? Oh my god, I told them that. I forgot. Session 28 is wrong also. Why did I write that? Oops. Session 18, excuse you. Okay, so let's do a don't know a name for it yet. How can we make this final battle? So the main issues I've had in the past is I need to give my characters agency, my PC's agency, to feel like they have a choice and they're not just reacting to what's happening. I need to allow them to win. I have to remember that I'm not the hero in this story. I am everyone else. And yes, I might be God, in theory, in this story. But my job isn't to play an overpowered fantasy with them. It's to give them an immersive story and an environment where they can be their own heroes. So those are all like the core things I gotta remember as I'm doing this. So that means, let me copy this over. Oops, not that. That's fine too, but like this is what I need. We gotta bring the timid, depressed bar and kitchen slave men back to the main thing too to be free. Let me copy all this. It is early in the morning. They kind of do need a long rest because they were doing a lot. I need to remind everyone to level up. I also did 0 prep for that day, and I just rolled out of bed. That was the weekend I was working on the Birdcraft server and having a horrible time. I did have those as VODs, but also I fucked up the audio for those VODs, and I don't think there is any audio, so I have them unlisted, I think, on YouTube or something. Okay, we don't need these guys. We can delete this part. Okay, so I wrote from last time. Oh, that's not the right. Whoa. Okay, yeah, I was on the wrong page. My bad. So what I wrote last time was possibly take a long rest because they have enough time to get back. They could do it either here or when they get back to the city. What do they do about the stragglers? They told to wait. This is behind the scenes. That's right, I forgot. So if they check the armory, they're not gonna find very much. I'm gonna have to figure out what they're gonna find. Sent word back to sisters. Maybe she was particularly interested in this case because she was wondering how the dragon usurper could fight so hard to take this land from the founder, but then leave it behind 40 years later. That is actually, I forgot I wrote about that. Again, the whole thing about, like, creating a permanent sanctuary for themselves. If the Cult of Thune got their hands on this land, they would never give it up. But Aqua gave it up 4 years later. 40 years later, rather, and decided to do something else. I need to finish detailing what's in the documents. Oh. Because there were documents they found on the table. Shit. They go up to level 5. I need to tell them that. Hey, don't forget to level to level 5. Camera discussion. And the last time I chatted in our campaign discussion section, because usually we're talking and scheduling, was when I pinged them to say, I hope you remember to level up to level 4. And then Kira goes, shit! And I'm gonna do the same thing now. I'm gonna type the same words, I hope. You all remembered to level up to level 5. Just duplicating the message, but changing the number. Maybe only I find that funny. I don't know. Anyway, long rest. Excuse me. I think they are gonna go back to town first and then long rest so that they're available. I will make an exception to the long rest thing because they did just do a giant fight. That would take me out. I remind Victor about this part, and then figure out her stats because I think they tried to steal the breastplate. Maybe. I think I did figure out the breastplate. It's a +1 breastplate, but it must be repaired first. Maybe drop more lore journals? Oh. Oh, yeah. Because, I also gave him a lore page a long time ago. Where is it? Is it in here? I didn't put anything in there. One sec. Oh, it's here. I gave them a potion of greater healing? When was that? Huh. Oh, this. This is, the remnants of Aqua's potion. I hope they remember they have this, because that's kind of funky. And bad nights, but I never asked for your help. This is a really nice version of Cure for Me. It's like a jazzy version. They never show unless they're so you take the love from my arms into the arms of yours, but I don't need a cure for me. Anyway, potion is there's the journal. So this is the journal I gave them before when they did the Magic the Noah style dungeon. And it had an old document from Aqua when she was in the cave, you know, writing about her time in isolation. Violet has convinced me to return with her. There are things are getting dire in Aspenfall very fast. Note that it's still called Aspenfall at that point and not Dragonaria. Olivia has come to update me of the situation a few times. There's something Vi's not telling me about her, but it seems personal, so I chose not to pry. That's the fact that Vi's mom is the puppet queen. Perhaps she'll confide in me sometime. Excuse me. I am leaving this journal behind. I do not wish to speak of this period of time in my life, but if someone happens upon it, perhaps it will serve as a historical record, or an interesting story of one who was beloved and then outcast for something she had little control of. How foolish I was to forget about Val. And then, until you fresher pinker ink, foolish indeed. Emoji, Val. And that's just to show that Val is maybe in town. So that's another thing I need to think about. Is Val in town, and how do I get her involved in this somehow? She could be, is it called a McGover? The Deus Machina? What's it called? What meaning? Yeah. No, that's not what it is. I think it's this. She might end up being like a Deus Ex Machina type thing if the party can't figure it out. But also I don't want her to be the main reason that the party survives the final fight and all that and comes out on top. But like if they can't figure a way out, then that might be it. Maybe she'll swing in and make her presence known. She's the one who told them to go to the weird cave, and I think that kind of is fitting. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. They gave the potion away? I didn't realize that. That's why that must have been why, but they probably kept the little one, I think. It's, yeah, a potion, it's a small sealed flask. There's a tiny bit of sapphire blue liquid sealed inside, giving off a faint light. If the remainder is drinking, it restores all HP and any used spell slots. But the user also gains some light blue scales along the side of their cheeks and back of their hands. This effect lasts for 7 days and then fades. A little hint at Aqua. Sorry, I love that potion. I have to remember that exists. Alright, so, that would be not a bad idea if they didn't want to do a long rest. Do they have that in their notes? Where does question is, does Bird have a list of everything they have in their inventory? Important text found. Journal, notes. I don't think they have an inventory list. There's so much to work on. I need to do the bare bones stuff first. Also, there's an ad in 20 seconds, just FYI. I need to do the bare bones stuff first, where I go through and go over everything that needs to be happening for the session tomorrow, and then I can go and try and sort stuff. Okay, so, okay. Let me drop this not in here, but rather in my, active notes. Oh, I have them just sorted like this. Okay, cool. Alright, let's do it. Let's do a similar thing here. Session 18. Right, because I did no preparing last time. Don't ignore the fact that our dates are so sporadic. We just have a really erratic schedule. Okay, so... wrap up from last session. Oh my god! Thank you for rating Choose Your Role. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of an ad break, but I appreciate you guys being here. I'm gonna send you a heart in chat so you can actually see what I'm saying. That's so cute. Thank you. Hello Raiders, welcome in. I'm gonna let the ad finish up and I'll do a whole intro. I'm just making some preparations for my D&D campaign right now. Let me write this out, and then once the ad ends, I'll give you a full intro. Let's see, wrap up from last session. We need to... Hey, let's go! Thank you so much! I appreciate that. I know, right? I'll wait till you guys are back. I shall wait patiently. Let's see, 3, 2, 1. Are we back? Hello Raiders. Thank you. Welcome in. Sorry for being in the middle of an ad. How did your session go? Can I shout out? Let's see. Choose your role. There we go. Hello. Is this... How do I do the shout out command? Is this... It's this. I think it's this. Choose your role. How did your session go? Like... Thank you so much. Let's see. Maybe. Sci-fi miniseries. Ooh, Murder and Crime and the Escaped? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. That's awesome. I love that. Hello Raiders. My name is Misty. I am a VTuber, a dragon VTuber. I am currently in the middle of D&D preparing for my session tomorrow because I have not prepared at all. We've done a bunch of lore dropping right now, and now we're on the part where we're going over what I actually need to do in the session tomorrow. And I'll fill you guys in as I go, but thank you guys so much for the raid. I'm glad your session went well. That's awesome. But yeah, so right now we are currently in the middle of preparing for the final boss fight. Our party just finished up, fighting this dungeon here. The very quick overview. I just spent like a couple hours explaining all my lore in the world. If you want to watch the VOD later, it'll be up on Twitch and YouTube. But the basic sense of what we just did, we just finished raiding this whole sort of like secret base. We are currently fighting it's called the Cult of Thun. Thun is a death goddess. She is originally meant to be a goddess of gentle death, which is what one of our party members is. a follower of Thun of the Gentle Death version, but the cult that we're fighting has corrupted her into a violent death goddess, and they are currently trying to take over the kingdom. The reason being is that this kingdom used to belong to me, Aqua. That's my character's name, and so Aqua's sister, Valoroxia, got jealous of it, and brought in not only the cult of Thun, but also some other like neighboring areas to fight the to try and like take over the kingdom, and succeeded. And she succeeded because she turned Aqua into a Dragoneri, what it looked like now, and Aqua ended up running away to the mountains for like a couple of years, and so Val took over. And then Aqua finally came back thanks to the help of one of her apprentices, Violet, who sort of basically pressured her. She's like, I'm going to stay here until you either teach me magic and help me retake the kingdom on my own, or you come back with me, and so you end up doing both. So Aqua came back, took the kingdom back over, and now it's been a little over, just under 200 years since that's all happened. Aqua's in another world right now doing her own stuff. And the kingdom is passed on to the descendants of her first lady, Olivia. Her descendants are the rulers of the queendom now, and have been sort of like running the place. But then the Thun cultists are like, I don't like that you're still running the queendom. So minus Valoroxia, because Valoroxia fucked off after her sister left. She's like, I don't care, now the Aqua's gone, whatever. The cultists that she left behind, however, are like, I still care about this land and I want it back. So they have instilled this 20-year, like, deep undercover operation to try and, kidnap and raise one of the crown princes as their own. It kind of worked and it kind of failed. Their kidnapping didn't go the right way. He got lost in the process, but they knew where he was. They're like, all right, we're going to leave him alone. And then once he's old enough, we're going to bring him back to the queendom and basically just, like, make him our prince. He's going to be our ruler. We're going to sort of instill the values of our cult in him. And he's going to be the way that we take over these lands and make it a place for us to live again. And our party right now has a member of the former cult. She is the actual heir of the cult, who ran away like 10 years ago. She's with the party right now, and the cult doesn't realize she's here yet. And the ones that did realize she was here are now dead. But the party is trying to now stop the cult from finishing their ritual that would turn the crown prince into a follower of Thun. They just finished killing all of the sort of servants and acolytes and stuff in the base of operations that they had, and now they're making their way back to Inferior City to try and finish stopping all the plot. Right now there is a final festival going on, about to go down this evening, and it was originally meant to happen several days ago, but there was an assassination attempt on one of the princes, and there was a whole thing. It was meant to be kind of a way to shake people's faith in the princes and stuff. And now they're redoing the final party, but then the final like festival and stuff, and the party's working with the queen to say, hey, let's make sure that Alcor the prince is far away from all of the shenanigans so that he doesn't become part of the scheme and end up like succumbing to the cult. So that's a very quick overview of what's going on. If you want the longer, in-depth explanation, as I talk at you, you can put on my VOD in the background and just, like, listen as a podcast. Basically, that's that. So, okay, we have a lot of notes. All these pages are notes. There's so many notes, hard to keep track of. I'm gonna do my best, though, to try and put something together, because I had 3 weeks to prepare, and in classic DM style, I waited till the last second, and it is now the night before. So, I am currently trying to figure out what I need to do from last session. I believe, I have notes from the last time. These are all, I just copy-pasted these in. We need to finish, let's see. They're gonna long rest. I assume they're not gonna long rest in the base camp. The base camp is kind of far away. It's, like, in the mountains over here. I assume they're probably gonna come back into the city and then go rest in the, they have a room in the royal palace, actually, because they're staying next to the prince, so he doesn't get kidnapped or anything. I think that means that, they're gonna maybe come back either while or like after, because Azaria and Rasna are the two remaining cult members who are still alive and able to move freely. They might be in the room when Alcor's there, trying to actively corrupt him when the party returns. I need to figure out if that's gonna happen. The alternative is that the cult does have a what's it called? They have one of their implants a member of the Royal Healing. So there very well could be a chance that she's the one who carries out the operation instead, and then that gives the party a little bit of a chance to discover who's behind it. I kind of think that's what I want to do. So let me write that in. Let me put that down. So, okay. So right now, they are still in the falls. They're gonna figure out how to get the stragglers, former slaves, I guess, back to town, figure out where they're going to rest. I assume it will be in their room next to Prince Alcor's, so they can keep an eye on him. This also means they might encounter one of the cultists going into Alcor's room to prepare to make the final to going into Alco's room to the final cult preparation. It's like, how do I phrase that? To let's see, going into Alco's room to make the final corruption preparations. Could be literally Azaria and Rasna. Or we could have Leonora do it, as she is one of the undercover healers who is less known by the party. Although I do believe when they were interviewing Malachite, who was one of the defectors of the cult, there's a chance that the Malachite told them which healer it was. Let me see where that is. It's like Gemstone and a Rough, I think. Were these the session plots? Yeah, okay. Then Malachite telling them, blah, 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 who done it, Darkest in the Falls. Plot points. Secret office developments, placing oh yeah. The Elves will be turned traitor. That's the other hint. They're trying to turn Alcor against his people by infusing him with the corrupted nature of Thune. I don't know how they're gonna do that, because like based on everything that Kira told me about her Cult of Thune lore, there shouldn't really be a way for them to like deliberately corrupt someone else who hasn't accepted Thune. But maybe maybe there's a ritual, maybe because Valeraxia was an alchemist, she may have left behind one of her formulas to make people more susceptible to, like, mental prying and stuff, or mental whatever. It might be less that they need to do it over time with Alcor, and more like they need to brainwash him. Because I think I had a moment that I wrote earlier that Alcor's been having weird dreams. Where'd I put that? I think it would have been here. No, it's not there. Where did I write that? I wrote that Alcor's having weird dreams at some point. Secret Tunnel? No. Let's see. Listen plots, yada yada, whodunit. This is my problem, chat. I have way too many, like, documents, and they're all doing different things, and I want to try and consolidate them at some point. It's fine for my session logs themselves to be just, like, the absolute, like, you know, brain dump of everything that happens during session, but I need these other ones to be the cleaner versions of them, and they're not currently helping me. That's the player notes, so that's not, I don't have to worry about that one. I thought, okay, wait. Alcor Dreams. Oh. Who done it? It's here. Alcor told them himself, I think. Okay, what did it say? Alcor has been having dreams of a dark night goddess enticing him to join her. Enticing him to join her in her arms. Yeah, right? I think that's how it goes. Reminds him of Dana. He wants to be reunited with her. That's the connection! I forgot about that. Okay, let me copy that over. Alcor has been having dreams, quote, and then this was from, like, session 14, I'll just write. I don't know what day that was. Maybe I should know what day that is. Do I need to know what day I don't know. And then during the actual session, I think he said that to them. Told let's see. Oh, yes, and the party has some ideas. So I think Victor's gonna pretend to be Alcor for the ceremony. Ooh, wait. There should be some good juicy lore that we can exploit there. Party plans to disguise him as a random person. If he doesn't look like Victor, the cultist will get suspicious. Right, okay. Pressing on the man. This was I think yesterday, in terms of the party. 'Cause, what time is it in the day? The guy in the tunnel, body rent for and verifies it. Hunger came upstairs, check the notes. They show the notes. I think they go to bed. I think in the morning, they, I think in the mornings, they come back and do this stuff. Okay. Right. And then this is the other plan they devised. A plan. And this was also from session 14. Let's see. Got legend of creates it for you. Ran into Malachite on the way to Swear Secret Tunnel. Right, okay. This might have been 2 days ago, actually. I think this could have been 2 days. Maybe not, though. Plot points was different. But this is the whole summary, actually. So that was yesterday. Yesterday. In case I need to, like, tell them, like, that's what's been happening. And it's probably happened since the party came back with the bracelet. I think. Oh god. At some point, I wrote down a list of everything that happened during the party. I don't know where I put that list. It might be here. It's not here. I was here, and I never finished writing it. Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. Alright, cool. Closing ceremonies. When did they go to Dana? Is it legitimate? We don't know. 2 years. Please say for last year. How do I get to Oh god. I need to start putting session summaries on the tops of all my documents, I think. We'll say this has been going on for He didn't have... What did they find at the cabin? Was it... Oh, it was the ring. It was the ring. He's had the bracelet already then, that means. Right, okay, so we can say that, the dreams have been going on for quite some time, but picked up about a week ago. Quite some time after his, Dana's death, Dana's murder, Dana's death, picked up in frequency about a week ago when the party recovered Dana's ring. Because he's had the bracelet for a while. I've made that very clear. Party devises a plan. Maybe a different... Okay. So, figure out how to get the former cultist slaves back. Figure out where the party's gonna rest. Okay. I'm gonna end up repeating this section a little bit just because I need it in multiple places, otherwise I will forget where it is. So, okay. If they go back, let's assume they rest near Alcor. How and what is the final ceremony? How is it going to happen? The final prep ceremony gonna happen, and what is it? There's a question I need to answer. How can I give the party agency to stop this from happening? I think if they just end up looking in the room at all, they will find Leonora in there, giving him an elixir. Elixir? Okay, here's the problem, chat, right? I had this vision in my head that the Alcor would be on the balcony on the final day of the festival, and he would suddenly go absolutely batshit and start trying to hit everything around him. And I am realizing, and this was one of the advices that pieces of advice that Bird gave me after one of my sessions, is that is more of an inciting incident than it is a conclusion to an arc for my characters. Like, that is something that I, like the assassination attempt, it would have to either have been the assassination attempt itself or him getting corrupted as my inciting incident. And everything after there needs to be something the party can prevent or do something about or take action against ahead of time. Otherwise, the party feels like they have no agency and it's not good. Oh, I just realized the sound got cut off. I need to find a better way to put my music up. If anyone has ideas, let me know. Because I'm just doing it manually right now. You see the top right corner? That's my best attempt. Alright, so yeah, so basically, I need to give the party agency in stopping this. I think that's going to be... what was the Zakafi Blossom, actually? Because that was a thing that came about before, and I might want to bring that back and make it like a recurring thing. Like Chekhov's gun or whatever it's called. If it's on the table, it must be used. Used to help with energy levels. It's a rejuvenation thing. It's a spell slot. It's not, that's the problem. It's a spell slot, not a health potion. It's more like a mana recovery, if anything. Maybe they give it to him though so he can like have more mana and be more receptive to Thune's work meddling. So I don't really know. I want to use something they've already seen. I don't want to bring in any new like sort of new things, if that makes sense. Do I have anything that I can use for this? If I only had kept this up to date, I would have had a much more complete collection of stuff and not have had to worry about stuff. Like, this is the problem. I have all these documents and I don't put them in the right spot. This is just some notes about the system. This should probably go down here, honestly. Oh, this is funny. I one time I have a similar screen on my my panel. DMC gets sometimes I put their panel on here by accident. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna jump scare them with a Tarrasque. At the start of the session, they're just facing a giant Tarrasque. Anyway, again, maybe only humor that I think is funny. I'm not gonna do that. I think I'll just leave it here. So anyway, I don't know if ooh, I'm thinking. So Roran got shot with a poison arrow made from the same stuff as the Zakafi blossom. I think that the Zakafi blossom interacts with mana. And in my world, mana is the same thing as energy, like life force. And there's like natural energy, like in nature, and there's the energy in people. And the two are one and the same, but the people energy is a bit more of a refined version. Energy contains memories type stuff. It's like the difference between the energy in nature and then energy in people is that people are more of like a container, if you will, that holds all the energy in one place and it preserves memory. That's kind of my idea. I just came up with that on the spot. But that makes sense based on what I do with my magic system. Magic is just energy, and you just being able to manipulate it, being able to see it in the first place it's its own skill. And being able to manipulate it is like another next level. Okay, so if I can make this coffee blossom somehow be the drug that Leonora is giving Alcor so that he's more susceptible to Thune's whisperings, that would be probably the best way to go about this. But then it won't link them. The only problem is now, and again, I'm trying to bridge them into talking to Valoroxia. I don't know if the blossom will make them think of Valoroxia. It might make them think of going to Sumayiti village. It might make them thinking even of going to Ramona City, which is down south. It's, Ramona City is this one. I don't have it, again, the only thing you can really use from here is the shadedness. That's Ramona City right here, where all the shading is. The shading is like density of population. Excuse me. Because the village is over here, right in this little nook, and then this is where the city is. I want them to talk to Valoroxia, but that would mean they go this way instead. And I don't know what the arc is gonna be. And I don't know if trying to plan for it is getting ahead of myself, because that's like a lot. Okay, what should be the elixir, though? It might just be another version of the poison, honestly. But again, it might be... It might link too much to Zakafi. But I don't know what else I would use. Let me write that as a question. What is the poison they are using? Let's see. Also importantly, who is doing the final prep? It might just be the Nora because she is under less suspicion. Is it something to do with the coffee blossom? Did I write that right? I had an H in there. I knew it looked too short. Or do I want to steer them away from that idea? What else could it possibly be, though? Here's the thing that they don't tell you, chat, about doing your own D&D homebrew campaign. Not everyone can be Matt Mercer, and I knew that going in. Not everyone can be Brennan Lee Mulligan. The problem is, when I think about writing, right, I'm a writer first and foremost. This is the reason Aqua exists. She is, she is my story. That's my story, is Aqua. I have other stories too, of course, but, like, that's, like, the first story that I really got into writing. That's why I know so much about Aqua's story and timeline and everything. The thing about writing is that you can go over your own story as much as you want, and you can change things, you can figure out continuity, you can make sure everything lines up perfectly, no problem. When you're doing a D&D campaign, sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you shoot the wrong prince. Sometimes you let you force an escape for one of your antagonists when they really shouldn't have been able to escape, and your party gets mad about you at it. Mad at you about it, not really that mad, but, you know. And you have to live with that, and, you try and preserve continuity as much as you can, but unless you have, like, everything written out from day one, and, like, know how things are gonna go, and have a really, really good handle on all of your information, you're not gonna always be able to preserve continuity. Like the time I had to say, hey guys, I'm gonna retcon a little, I'm gonna tell you did find more information in that basement, that little secret room under Azari's office. You should go back and look at that. Look for that, rather, and grab the important information that's there. Yes, you can sometimes kind of go like, oh, there's another way to find the information. Don't worry, you can go look somewhere else. But sometimes it's like, it could only be there, and I needed you to see that, and we're gonna go back there. So, okay, back to the question at hand, though. I'm gonna come back to that, because that one I can't answer. Let me see what else we have, though. Second question, behind the scenes. What happened? What are Azaria and Rasna doing? I think it's Rasna doing right now until the ceremony. I'm gonna write Shadow in parentheses because I forgot her name before. That's a question to answer. Ooh, okay. They also broke all the stuff in the armory, so, I'm gonna, that's a wrap up. We're gonna put that up here. Let's move, oopsies, let's move all this back. Oh, this is a good song. So this is the wrap up from last session. We also need to, let me copy this and then move it up. Do I need to make weapon stats for these? This is another behind the scenes. About the situation. We're gonna leave these in the background to cook. Let BTS behind the scenes. We'll delete that. Ooh, fuck. Need to finish detailing what's in the documents. Shit, okay. Let's put that in here. Let's put that higher priority, actually. I think that needs to be higher priority. The rest part is going to be relevant. We might need to put this even higher, actually. In terms of order of operations. Level 5 shenanigans. That's interesting. I'm gonna copy this over for the resting part. There we go. And then let's also bring up... I'll get more space between there. Oops. Let's bring Roxy, or, Vaxar's armor up here. That's kind of higher up. It's not even figured out, too. And then we also have this one. Let's also make a new thing here that's remind the party of the following information. There's gonna need to be a few reminders. Add more. Cool. And then this, and then I don't know if I need to do the lore notes. I think that's okay. We can leave the journal notes for some other time. Alright. Let's keep working the way through the process. We gotta remind them of this. What else do we need to remind them of? Remind them of the warning. The eldest will turn traitor. Ask them, do you think it was just Vaxnar here? Or something to the effect of wondering if someone escaped. Cool. What else? What else do we need to remind them of? The festival happens that night around like 6, maybe 7. That gives them 2 hours to kind of play around with. Festival kicks off at 6. Around 6 or 7 p.m. Shut up. Excuse me. Any other reminders I need to give them? Let's see. Keep them long enough. They have no current reason to be suspicious of Alcor, but it is a piece of information they have not yet deciphered. The eldest will turn traitor. They haven't deciphered what this could mean yet. I do believe that one of our characters is interested in learning Undercommon. I believe it's Victor. I think I might have written that. I have a post-session log here. Hang on. This should help too a little bit. Let's see. Okay, so let's look. Character goals is gonna have a big fight with Irana about being erratic, more unhinged than usual, and to just see if Victor's gonna be insightful enough. Let me just see. Okay. Oops. Ah. I deleted the wrong part. Ah, fuck. Oh god, that's not it. So, okay. Probably gonna have a big fight. Interested to see if Victor's gonna be insightful enough to figure out what's going on. Excited to see if she remembers, because also Fala, when she rests, is gonna forget everything she did because she was having a bad corruption day. Thune is slowly corrupting her, and she rolled a 6 for this, a 3 for this session, and that means that the entire session she was being excessively violent and stuff. So yeah, she might time to start a more Delulu hallucinations is how I wrote this down. Ooh. I had the idea of Fala seeing Roxy's face, like, as the founder, like a memory of the founder, like, leading the original cultists to battle. That's a nice day. Let me make note of that. Individual party member things. Fala. Post session. Oh, post arc. Never mind. This is a ways away. I could also make this happen during this rest, maybe. I wonder if that could also leave a hint about what they need to deal with. I want to give them the ability, though, to stop the point. The story. Okay, I was saying earlier that I'm a writer first and foremost, which makes it really hard to keep continuity, but also it makes it hard to not write from the perspective of the protagonist. I am so used to writing a story where I give myself obstacles that I myself then solve. And when you're writing for a party who needs to be able to solve them themselves, you can't account for their variables. Let me say it again. You cannot account for the party's variables. Which means you also can't write a scenario that will perfectly help them or like reflect what they're doing in that moment. Which is where the improvisation comes up. It's why having a strong foundation, I think, is important. But also, like, strong note-taking and documentation, because otherwise, if you make up random shit on the spot, you might need to figure out how to get that shit worked back in, and also, like, you can't prepare for what they're gonna do. And, like, if you are, like, you don't know what they're gonna do with the information you give them, you can't write from the perspective of the protagonist. You have to write from everyone else's perspective and let them fill in the blanks. It's a very complex interplay. It's very much more improv, I'd say, with a little more effort on my side, to set things up. I keep forgetting about that. Let's put a hook in that. Let me put a hook in that. A pin in that, rather. Keep looking out for bad days. Alright, Eldrin enjoyed the combat, but either split combatants. Might have been too much fighting, didn't know what else to do, clock up, blah, yeah. And then needs to learn weird shenanigans he can do. I need to give him more opportunities. I need to look more into Eldrin's character. Eldrin. Keep checking over his abilities and give him opportunities to shine. The problem, and this is again why I want to go into a magic arc for Eldrin, so that he has more of a focus on him. Because Kai has such a laid-back style of role-playing, I don't always realize or know what Eldrin can actually do. I'm very aware of what Vala can do. I'm very aware of what Victor can do. I'm very aware of what Arana can do. Sorry, when it comes to Eldrin, I'm not so sure. So, like, I want to give him more opportunities, but I don't always realize what he can do. So, that's a bit of an issue. And he's got to update his sheet tonight. Let's see if anyone actually replied. I texted my group earlier to remind them to update their level. No one has replied to me. We'll see how many actually remember to update their character sheets to level 5 before we start next session. Okay, moving along. We have Quarks. He absorbed tea for the first time. Might have been too much fighting. Charisma. We're spending. What is if charisma levels persuasion or Quarks he absorbed tea for the They give him an orb. Oh yeah, we need to give him an orb for chromatic orbs. Because then he can actually start doing damage and stuff. I mean, he does damage a little bit, but not a lot. Plant hooks. Plant hooks for Val Magic Arc. Also, get him a diamond for orb spell. Nice. Excellent. Next on our list, we have Arana. Love the battle. Ditto to liking the Clank is good. Need to work on it better. Path more large. Work more about. We need to figure out. I don't know when we're gonna have a chance to work on the blind rage shenanigans. I know that Yump wants to what's it called? Improve her the writing for it. I don't know. There's some we have some stuff to work on. Also, yeah, I'll work on lore stuff for that. That might not happen before tomorrow. And then from Victor, let's see. Good structure. Good digging into that. Combat time, make them a bit bigger. Fair enough. I think Bird is very happy with our session. So not many notes from them there. Cool. I don't think there's anything, Irana. At some point, revisit blind rage and work on the wording / mechanics. Victor's chilling. Victor's good. Victor's just vibing. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. Okay. Reminder of this emoji party. Wrap it from last version. I need to write goal. Get the party through the festivals scene. Get whatever is going to happen to Alcor to happen. Oh no. I was gonna say I could get Val to come and save them with a potion. But... Get Valeroxia to help with the potion, but the problem of getting Val to step in and help with the potion is that's not giving them agency, because if Val steps in and saves the day by preparing a potion at the very last second to save Alcor and counter the effects of the blossom, I have idea. If Val steps in, that's too much, because if she steps in and tries to counter the poison, like the potion on the spot, that's her being the hero and not my party, and I don't want that. What it can have happen is that maybe the party catches Leonora in the middle of poisoning Alcor to be like more like mentally susceptible or something to what's it called? What's it called? Fuck. To Thun, right? To the Thun goddess. And thoughts. Yes, thoughts. He suffers long-term effects. Right? They catch Leonora in the middle of poisoning him to be more susceptible to Thun. They manage to stop. Like, maybe they, like, swat the drink out of his hand or something, you know? Oh, that's so good. And, whatchamacallit? I need to write this down. Like, they either catch Leonora going in with the potion and swat it out mid-slap. Like, maybe they to make it so that they have some agency but not tons, they manage to come back just as they see Leonora going into his room, and so they need to sprint to the end of the hallway. And, like, I don't know if they have hold person. I should check if they have hold person or something, because that could mess up with stuff. They either make it inside the room and are able to get Alcor the part of the drink. Okay, sorry. The idea, right, is that whatever happens, there ends up being long-term lasting effects on Alcor's psyche from being, like, subjected to visions of Thun over and over again, from getting this, like, last-minute potion that kind of, like, I don't know how the potion would work, but whatever they give him, it, like, it kind of fucks with his brain a little bit, it fucks with his mind a little bit, and, like, makes him, like, keep seeing visions of his mom that turn into Thun's face, basically. And then the party needs to go to Val and get help. I don't know how to link that to, Val. That's the problem. I know Val's an alchemist. You know Val's an alchemist because I told you. I don't know if the party knows. Or if they do, they don't remember it. I can tell you that. They would not remember that Val's an alchemist. Okay, let me write some stuff down. How to link to Valoroxia. Okay. Right. Oh, make a connection to Valoroxia. And how are they gonna contact her? Is she gonna show up in person? Or are they going to find clues about her? Maybe go back to Rin. She's the historian. Maybe they can find clues there. I need them to make the connection, though. They could always ask Raymond what role did I give him? Because, okay, I need to write stuff. One sec. How do I ring to how to link festival events. I need to give party agency. I can still have a cool scene of Alcor getting corrupted. Maybe where did I write all that stuff? Hang on. Keep checking over his abilities. Dark dreams, full blood, and shadow blood. Yeah, let's put it under here. maybe they catch a glimpse of Leonora going into the room where it happens. The room where it happens, the room where it happens. Anyway, into the room with Alcor. Let's see, maybe they catch a glimpse of Leonora going through with Alcor. They can't stop her from giving him the first portion. Him first portion of the poison. But I think it could be this coffee. I think it could imbue them with more magic and enable them to see almost like a higher plane a little bit, if that makes sense. Like maybe the blossom themselves can be prepared in different ways. Portion of books. Leonardo, the kids are forgetting portion. They do manage to get in there in time to stop Alcor from drinking most of it. They could even stop him from drinking any of it if they play their cards right. The lasting corruption would just be because of the continued exposure to the Thune bracelet and necklace. Right. I think maybe the rituals that they've been performing every night was chanting to get Thune to come down and visit this man, this poor boy in his dreams. It's like, Thune, like, bring your holy presence down into this child so he may see your light, blah, 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 that kind of shit. I think that's probably what they actually literally do in their what's it called? Their ceremonies. What are the ceremonies they prepare? Rituals, bloodletting, chants to call upon Thune to visit Alcor in his dreams. Stuff like that. It is a little funny to imagine a bunch of Thune cultists like sneaking into his room and like doing a little cult chant circle thing. Maybe Leonora's been in charge of it this whole time, like a health check. Maybe Leonora does it like once a week or something. And it's considered normal because she wants to make sure quote unquote wants to make sure he's doing well, adjusting to royal life, kind of like a counselor. Like medieval doctor type shit, like going in and here's your medicine, tell me all the things, the doctors that kind of did everything back in the day. I think that's not too much of a stretch. I'll put the quote here, actually. Oh, this is a good song. Creature only. Find me. I don't know all the words. Anyway, So yeah. By the way, add in a minute, just so you know. So Leonora, I think, is maybe doing all the prep. Maybe she's been the prepper all along. Does Cass know? That's the question. Question. Does Cass suspect her? Does she tell the guards? For our circumstances, probably no. Probably the guards are so used to seeing her that they don't really register it. Stuff like that. Lando just once a week because I normally wants to make sure she's doing well. I think when it comes to forcibly converting someone to the Thun cult, the cultists would be more open to using more perverse methods. Like they're like more okay forcibly brainwashing someone. Like they kind of already do that, I think, from their when they taken people that they've raided the villages of. But usually they want people to find Thun on their own. Like they want them to accept Thun of their own volition. And if they don't, they will like hurt them. But if they do, then like that's the only way they actually get in. But if they're trying to install a puppet ruler, an impressionable man who's been in the woods for like most of their time, then Leonora might have been the first one to ever check on him. Oh. And again, why I'm harping on her so much is she's a Thun cultist. I think we get her to be the behind-the-scenes lurker the whole time, who's been helping, like, warm Alcor up to the idea of being, perpetuating the Thun cult and believing that everyone... Oh. No! Oh, fuck. I was gonna say, so the other thing I was gonna say is maybe, the cult wants to act on Alcor in such a way that he wants to punish everyone trying to hurt his family, and that's why he gets warmed up to the idea of wanting to use violence, or he gets upset at people wanting to kill him and then uses violence to protect himself. Like, you know, kind of how Valoroxia originally got the original Thun followers to become Thun cultists by slowly warming them up to the idea of using violence to achieve their goals. Hello, welcome back from the ads. I'm just theorizing about how the cultists could get Alcor to be on their side. But I think it could be a slow warm up. Like over time, they kind of like, hey, you need to use violence to protect yourself and protect the people you love. So it could be a little bit of like, you miss your mom, you hate the people who killed her. Don't you want to do violence against them? You know, kind of things like that. Does he know that Thun cultists killed his mom? In that case, why would he doesn't need to follow Thun, he just needs to be indoctrinated, I guess. I don't know. Oh, God. It's all tangled. If you don't follow what I'm saying, that's okay. I barely followed what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make ends meet. How would they convince him naturally? On the one hand, trying to shoot him, in the attempt of assassination, I guess maybe you could just say it served two purposes. One, to make people think they're a bad actor trying to, kill the prince they didn't want. And two, to make Alcor be more fearful in general of his own life and the people around him. And that he might need to use violence to track these people down because they're so slippery. He might need to use force. And warm him up to the idea of doing that. That could work. So, let's put this up higher. These are the questions in order, I think. And we'll do this here. Lead up to prep. Maybe Nora was the first one to reach out to Alcor. Oh, his mom only died recently. It's been a year, I think. That changes a few things. Where was that? About a year, I think, right? About 1 year-ish. I think. Then before I write it down, let me look at my notes so I don't make more mistakes. Alcor. A year ago went to visit. Yes, okay. His Dune bracelet was grabbed then, and then the ring was the most recent addition. That's right, okay. When he got the bracelet. I think the party got rid of both the bracelet and the ring, if I'm not wrong. Let me see, because they're suspicious of both of them. Let's see. Session plots. Bracelets, although I think that means the ring and the bracelet. Session undoes the enchantments on Alcor's brace. Okay, he does undo the enchantments. I'd say on his bracelet and the necklace and the ring. That tells me that they've gotten both. Honestly, I'm sure they would be thorough also. I know the party, they would be thorough. Visit the office, yada yada. Dungeon, yada. Okay, cool. Where was I? Planning. Oh, why am I down here? Anyway. So, okay, the bracelet and the flash. Night Bradley, okay. Devises the plan. Put it to be awkward. When he returned to Palace life. Always checked in on him. Always checked in on him when, especially after his mom died. Dana died. Told him to confide in her. Confide his nightmares in her. His nightmares in her. To her. Gave him the tinctures that she said would help him deal with his nightmares. In actuality, the tinctures just made him be able to overcome his nightmares of his mom dying by giving him the power in his dream to enact revenge via violence. It could be that is in fact a mixture. There's a coffee blossom. Because it does empower you. This very well could be the coffee blossoms empowering effect. Also, the effect on mana could be a way of making him more sensitive to mana. Example, if Thun... Oops. If Thun's mana was around... Oh! Maybe they conditioned a response in him to act violently when he felt Thun's mana. And then the party, even if he's away from Thun's mana, Fala, if she casts a spell, it's technically Thun's mana. And he might still react to it. I think I just hit the nail on the head. I think I just got it. I think I figured it out. Okay. So maybe they just responsibility mana. Because, like, in the dream, right? If Thun comes to visit his dream and says, he's still having horrible dreams, but he's like, if you had my... She's like, she'd come down and she'd be like, if you had my power, you would be able to stop them from killing your mom, right? Like, if you had my power, you could take care of everyone you knew. Maybe he started having dreams about his brother getting shot, him getting shot, and then had, like, that same feeling of, if you had my power, you could take out anyone who disrupted you. Hi, Rain. Hello, yes, D&D. I'm doing D&D prep. I just thought of the best idea, though, for my session. I have a D&D session I'm running tomorrow, and I have done no prep, and it's been 3 weeks, and this is me prepping, because I will not otherwise. And I'm glad I did, because I just came up with a great idea. I am currently having a moment where, to paraphrase, our party is in the middle of fighting off a cult of Thun. Thun is a death goddess. She's got 2 aspects to her, positive and negative. The cult worships the negative aspect of Thun, the aspect that worships violent death. But Fala, who was a former cult member and actually the heir to the cult itself, found another version of Thun, the positive version. She's sort of like the goddess of gentle death and gentle repose. Basically, the cult used to control the lands that our party currently are helping out. This area in Aspenfall. This is actually Aqua's queendom. Aqua being me, the character that I'm roleplaying. This was her queendom, the queendom of Dragonaria. She reigned over it for about 40 years. About 200 years ago in the past from the campaign, she had a 40-year reign. But before that, when all that was happening, Valoroxia, her half-sister, originally came through the mountains with a raiding party of Thun followers that she converted into cult members to be, like, worshipping the evil version of Thun, and took over for about a year, and chased Aqua out, turned her into a dragon like I am today, and took over, and Aqua eventually came back and ousted Valoroxia, and Valoroxia then and Aqua kind of had the best they could have, the most equivalent to heart that those two could ever have. Basically, Val's saying, hey, the reason I'm so resentful is because you're my half-sister, and your dad rejected me. And Aqua going, oh my god, I didn't realize you were my half-sister. I'm so sorry for being a Miss Know-It-All when we were in school together. Yes, thank you. Yes, I do too. And then basically Val's like, alright, I think I'm done with my revenge now. Bye! And then left Aqua to reclaim her kingdom and push out the Thun cultists. And the Thun cultists went back to the mountains and retreated for about another, 150 years or so. Aqua decided to leave at some point, because she was like, I'm an elf, I live forever, I don't need to be here the whole time. Fucked off to other worlds, now she's my OC for other worlds. And, now, 200 years later after the original founding of the queendom, and about 150 years after the raid on her queendom, the Thun cultists are back! And they want revenge, and they are trying to corrupt the firstborn prince, basically. They stole him away for 20 years, and basically kind of they didn't quite make it all the way back. They weren't able to fully like cradle rob him because they got stopped by another follower of Thun who was around from before the followers became a cult. So she stopped them in the past year. They let her have him for 20 years, while they went deep undercover instead and decided to prepare the stage. Then finally returned to collect Alcor and brought him back, and then the party's been here now trying to deal with it and going like basically it kind of was originally a succession crisis because Alcor was older than the current crown prince Roran. Yes, and Alcor being back all of a sudden after like 20 years of being gone is like making everyone go, do we want this guy as our prince? And then, Alcor over here has been tripping and seeing his dead mom for a while. So anyway, all of that to say is I do believe the solution to my problem of what happens is that one of our deep undercover agents, Leonora, is going to be the main person that Alcor has been seeing for the last 2 or 3 years since he's been back. And she's been kind of the one giving him a potion, a tincture, if you will. I like the word. That's like, this is supposed to help with your nightmares of seeing your mom, who's dead currently. And what it actually is doing is, sort of, feeding him, like, it's like making him feel empowered and making him feel like he can, what's it called? Like, take the situation into his own hands and fight back. And use violence. They want him to be thinking that he should use violence to solve his problems, because that's what Thun would want. That's what negative Thun would want. So this is my idea. I think that I can use, and the Zakafi Blossom is a flower I introduced much earlier on. It's already become relevant in terms of, it was the poison arrow that was used to shoot Roran, the previous crown prince. It is the solution that our party members found randomly in a village to the south of here. I was originally hesitant of using this coffee blossom because I want to eventually steer the party into meeting my OC Valoroxia, the original founder of the cult, who is still around but hasn't been seen for quite a while. And she's not in the village where the blossom is from. That's the only gripe I have with using the blossom as the main thing. That might make the party look down there instead of looking for Valoroxia. They might do both, and that's okay, actually, because I can drop other hooks and make them have a choice of where they go, because that's also fine. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Where did that go? I've... Excuse me. I got sick yesterday for some reason, and I think it's because I slept like 4 hours for the last 5 days each day, and I was just like, that probably made me feel really, really sick. I was like queasy and nauseous and shit. It was horrible. So I couldn't stream yesterday. I got plenty of sleep today though, thankfully. I've decided it's okay to use the Zakafi Blossom as my main reagent of chaos. Chaos. Yeah, oof, mega oof. It was rough. I was like, why would I do it to myself? Even if it makes them wanna check out that village again, it just means I am giving my party more options. I can add more hints about Valoroxia being an alchemist who can help them, or they can go to the village to seek help. I might even... Hang on, I see your chat, one sec. I might even be able to link the blossom and the village back around to Valoroxia somehow. So there's an idea. This lore sounds crazy fun though. Yeah. It helped. Like I'm doing my D&D campaign set in the world that Aqua me is from. Because I know it the best. I've been working on this sort of on and off for like 16 years. The actual campaign itself I've been working on for maybe 3 or 4 years. We've actually only been playing for maybe two-ish, but like very intermittently and sporadically over time. Um, and also, I'm a world builder. I love thinking about all the crazy little lore things you could come up with. It gives me joy, and also it's like, and like I was saying earlier, it's a different style of writing. I'm very used to writing sort of a book, where everything is planned out, and every time you make a mistake, you can always go back and correct it because you haven't published it yet. This is a very different style of writing. It's very much challenging me and pushing me outside of my comfort zone to work with the mistakes I've made and accept them and only retcon if I absolutely need to, and go with the flow a bit more and write from the perspective of someone who's not the protagonist. Oh, nice! How long have you been working on yours? Let's see. But he felt through his mana. Oh. Maybe this means if he's in the presence of Gala casting a spell while having a bad day, it can trigger the episode. Maybe the final dose Leonora gives him is gonna up the efficacy of why it works now and maybe hasn't before. If Fala, I see your thing 1 second, was using spells previously in his presence. Or maybe she just wasn't corrupted enough. That could be it. That could be the energy feeling different. 8 years off and on? Holy shit. Haven't gotten around to starting it. Still need 4 certain players for it. Do you have players in mind at least already? Final dose. Okay. Okay. But then what is the goal now? Corrupting him. When the party is still here and trying to disrupt things. Yeah, what is the goal now? That's the real question. I'm gonna move this down, I think. I'm gonna put this down here. Just so that it is organized better. We'll do this. Let's see. Who's doing the final prep? It's Leonora. I have 2 confirmed and I have a 3rd, but not sure about them right now. Yeah, that's a good point. You really don't want to have people in your party who's not gonna work well. My best advice when I was picking my players, I picked my girlfriend, my ex, although I got rid of her really quickly because she didn't fit the party, my best friend and / roommate, my other long-time online best friend, and one of my other good friends from a university, from college, who was very nerdy and cool and stuff like that. Like, basically, you just want to pick people who are going to be good for your group. You really don't want to have people infighting with each other or clashing styles. Like, that's another thing, too. We had a couple other considerations for our party, but even though they were good friends, their styles just did not clash. I asked everyone I gave them a pre-party survey, I was like, what do you value the most in a D&D session? Do you like the role play more? Do you like the combat more? Do you like what kind of plots do you like? Do you like intrigue and mystery, or do you like sort of like fix it stuff? And that kind of gave me a sense of, are these people going to work together well? I know all of them really well. I think they're all gonna be fine with each other. Yeah, all of them have to be online. Yeah, that's fair. All of yours are pretty cool. Yeah, totally cool to do it all online too. And if you're the kind of party who knows each other enough to do IRL like faces, at least like when you have like, yourself on a video call, you can do that whole Discord overlay thing where you like pop out the video and put it over the top of like your screen like right here, and that kind of make you feel more like you get to see each other while you're doing stuff. Yeah. Let's see. We also have. Let's see. Is it constant blocking? Oh, I need to go to the bathroom in a sec. I've been guzzling water, thankfully, which is good. But I also now need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. 1 second. Let me just do a little. Hang on. Where's it called? When last, go to default. All right, 1 second. Alright. I am back. Okay, the other thing I was gonna mention, I just thought of in the bathroom, is the other way to lead them into Professor Raymond, or the other way to lead them to Aqua, maybe, is to talk about Professor Raymond again, because he was kind of the guy who, they ran into from the Royal Academy, almost. He's like one of the royal, mages, I guess? He might know about alchemy. He may also know that Val was an alchemist. There might be records of her being an alchemist in Rin's records. Rin is our historian. So that's another way to lead them in. Let's see. My campaign is also homebrew that doesn't really follow true D&D mechanics. It's a bit more lenient on party playstyles. However, definitely need the right fit still, as I have preset characters. Oh, interesting. That makes a lot of sense, actually. If you have, a complete homebrew, you might consider doing that. I like to give character freedom just because that's my personal style. But when people give me lore that I can use, oh boy, I pop off. That is, favorite thing to eat. Yum, 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 yum. Let me eat up your lore. Alright, lead prep. Right, links to Valorexia. Can also direct them to Professor Raymond. Now, what did I write about Professor Raymond? Did I write anything about Professor Raymond? I hope I did. I probably didn't, though. Oh, God. Fuck. Let's see. Raymond. Royal Arcanist. Scruffy, blah, blah, blah. When's the first mention of him? This guy, burly in the mid-20s. Head Archivist, Royal Archivist. He is a professor. Let's see. They originally suspected him, but he's also good at enchantments and arcane knowledge. There's a chance though that he may not know, may not be a potioneer himself, but he is. Yeah. So the party has some hooks. I'm thinking out loud again. I'm jumping. Sorry. I called him 3 different titles. I called him Royal Archivist, Royal Arcanist, High Arcanist, and now Archmage. Fuck. Shit. He run experiment on ruins. That's not how you spell ruins. Oh, and he talks about arcane magic intertwining with the elements. Cool. I need to solidify his title. Okay, the first title I gave him was Arcanist Raymond. Scruffy, jovial build, red-haired human. Professor Raymond, head Arcanist. He is kind of both. Fuck. We're gonna go with this. This was them casting suspicion on him earlier. I just wrote, he's genuinely a good guy. I don't want to tell you. Yeah, so he's an enchantments expert. Let me add this to my compendium. Arcs. He should be under people. Shit. Fuck. He should be in here too. I don't see him. We'll do scholars as one of them. Professor Raymond. I see your message. 1 second. I gotta catch this thought while it's hot and fresh. Expert on ruins and enchantments. He probably knows a guy though. That's my thinking. This one? There we go. Now this is a good little location drop. Okay, they are completely open to design their characters' looks and cosmetics. Only thing that's set in stone are each of their backstories. That's important to the plot. That makes sense. What's kind of the vibe of yours? Like, what's the, the synopsis, the vibes? I had a friend one time do what's that one series where they're like going to the like Antarctic or something, and they like get stuck on this boat that gets frozen in the ice and stuff. It's like a series. It's like Snowbound or something like that. But she ran a campaign based on that, and they had fixed characters, but they could play multiple ones because characters kind of die off in the cold. I don't know what it's called. Movie where they go to the Antarctic. Is it the Arctic or Antarctic? I think Antarctic. And gets their ship gets stuck in the ice. I think it's a TV series, actually. The Terror, that's what it's called. Oh, go away. Yeah. It's called The Terror. She did a campaign based on that, which is pretty cool, I'd say. Pretty cool. Also, I might permanently move my chat up to my upper left, honestly. I'm thinking that might be the vibe. Anyway. Okay, so let's make this let's do I love this line. He's genuinely a good guy. I don't know what to tell you. Alright. Professor Raymond for, um, I guess Headmaster Raymond is kind of correct. What did I say he was in here? Royal Arcanist. Royal Head Arcanist. What do I call him? I'm gonna call it Prof. Writing out Professor sounds wrong. It sounds like instead of this, it's this. You know, it'd be Professor. That's fine. He is a royal. Let's see, head Royal Arcanist maybe. Royal. Okay. Back to active hooks. Can also pretend for more help on finding an alchemy expert. Remind them that Prof. Raymond is the head archivist, not arcanist. Head arcanist. Head Royal Arcanist. Arcanist. And would most definitely know a guy. They can also go to Historian Rin and see if there are... So they wouldn't do this one necessarily as much because they already went to Historian Rin. Is she... Did I call her Archivist Rin? That's confusing. Where did I have... Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, 1 second. Delete all that. That all goes away. Shit. I forgot my own naming conventions. Yeah. Head. We're gonna call them... We'll do head first. That's what she said. Anyway, he is... Oh, one of 3 archmages. Oh. 3 other 2 archmages. Ah, that's something to consider. Maybe 1 of elements and 1 of alchemy / transmutation. That could lead to something. That might not be a next session plot, but that could be a way to lead in to next session. I don't know if I'm gonna have a hook for my party after the end, like a cliffhanger. It might just be enough to end on an arc and only give them a little droplet of what's to come. I need to make sure they know. See if there's more records. I don't think they would go back to Historian Rin is the problem, because I think they've already talked to her as much as they think they could. I think this is not likely. Is there details? I need to check if, Rin. I need to see if, oh crap, Eldrin's name is Rin. Historian Rin. What did Rin tell them? Currently it's, oh shit, I've repeated the same thing, haven't I? I did. Let's see. Records. Record keeping department. I'm trying to figure out what Rin told them, if she already told them that, whatchamacallit, like about Val being an alchemist. Ah. The stuff about being a half sister, but nothing else. Ah, 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 ah. Okay, so this was after the shifting dungeon, I think. Shifting dungeon more like shitty dungeon. Sorry. Okay, so they went back to Rand, logged up his history. Ah. I see the details that Roxy was one of the first who brought the Dark Elves to the valley to fight due to a petty conflict. When did it go talk to... Oh. When... What? I don't know what they... Oh, because Rin was already meeting with Val at... not Val. Meeting with Cass. And they talk about news of his area. Rin lore dumps basic history of Aqua and Roxy's yes?
Hey.
Hi.
Just so you know, I'm gonna want to go to bed soon.
Okay. What?
It's 12:30.
I know. I gotta keep working, but I'll pause the stream then.
Okay.
That's okay. Welcome back. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 5 hours. I should probably go to bed soon because my girlfriend wants to go to bed. This will be by the way, when we have our own PC room, hopefully in a month, this won't be as much of a problem because if I want to stream and she needs to go to bed, I can keep streaming in another room. The problem is my PC setup is currently in my bedroom, which is where she sleeps as well. We both share the bedroom. Her PC is in a different room, so if she needs to keep doing stuff, she can do that, and not wake me. But yeah. So and it came about because originally it was just my room, and then she did the whole lesbian thing of let's move in together right away. We both did it really, honestly, and then I just too lazy to move my PC out at that point, and there's also nowhere else to put it. But there was an extra room for her PC to go, so her PC just went in there. But once Bird leaves and moves out officially in June, we'll have a whole new room to put our PCs in together, and so we won't have to worry as much about who's streaming when, where, what, you know. I flipped to this page because I didn't want her seeing the lore, because that's too much. I do think we have gotten quite a bit done today. That is excellent. I will probably keep working off stream. This has been a great help, though. I'm gonna, let's see if I can finish up any ideas, then we'll pause and for the night. But, okay, let me just, okay, so, Lord Demps, blah, 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 party found the dungeon, mentioned why it saves, yeah, what's up? Mentions, the question why it said that their cave exists, from the shifting dungeon. Maybe it was Val who saw them going in, thought they were interesting. Or maybe Val, I think I decided at some point Val's kind of checking in on Eldrin. Do I have any made-up words or terms? Like, how do you mean? Yes? Can I have, like, 5 minutes to wrap up or something?
Of course.
Good. Thanks.
Just
Made-up words or terms how? Let's see. Set them more tests. Oh, it's session logs. I probably, and you're talking about the context of this story, I probably do. I mean, obviously every name is made up. Every place is made up. I'm not sure. Like in terms of actual, like, mechanics or concepts or stuff like that. I do have, like, like, I made up my own calendar. It just kind of is associated with, oh! I see what you mean. Kind of, actually. Let me pop this over. How do I switch this? Let me, display capture. That's not really what I want. Let's see, Chrome. Can I make it capture? Oh, actually, no, I can't. Let me open Notion. That's not Notion. Look away, chat. Look away. Hang on, I know how to fix this. Let me do this. Okay. I think this is good to bring it back in. I do. It's not necessarily for this world. But it's kind of maybe my spell language I might make. Where is it? There. I started doing this a while ago. But like I started coming up with different sort of like names and things for stuff like that. And create your own words of magic and everything associated with it, because technically it's not actually magic. I like that. That's cool. I might at some point. I mean, I use like commonly known terms to describe concepts that are maybe a little bit like they're my style of fantasy is very much like scientific fantasy. So I kind of take a magical concept and try and turn it into a science based on its own internal laws and rules. So like the here's like some phrases, for example, I came up with. So like I might come up with my own terms for them at some point. For now, to make it easier to remember, I'm probably just gonna describe them like in a way that Earthlings can understand. But the whatchamacallit, I don't think I have any specific terms to my world yet. But it's not off the table. It's just I haven't had a chance to put those to writing yet. I'll probably have my own spell language at some point. I'm very much inspired by again, the inheritance cycles and all of his let's see. Where's the there it is. Yeah. So for example, Christopher Paolini's whole dictionary. His language is not complete, unfortunately. I can't make whole sentences out of it. It's missing a lot of grammar and all that, and a lot of, it has grammar, but he basically only, I don't know if he has more words than this, but the only words that are currently publicly available are the ones that were used in context with his story. So he doesn't have, like, a complete, like, I think he might be missing, like, mom or something, or dad. He's missing dad. He has daughter, but not dad in here. So it's not a complete list by any means, but that's sometimes I use it to like be like the spells. Any more recommendations? Any more records of Val and Alchemy? I'm just gonna make a note real quick, and then we'll pause and stuff. I think there was maybe a mention last time of there being a link. They might not even think of going back to Rin for more info. Might think they've found everything. Go check your logs. Alright, cool. So, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you guys so much for coming along for the ride for this one. We managed to figure out what I'm gonna do to my players tomorrow. That's really exciting. Managed to figure out how we want to make everything happen. The only reason my characters hear everything in English because they're from Earth is because the whole world is imbued with a magic translator. Oh, I see. They're like isekai, and the only words in English are the things with a true translation. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. You'll have to tell me more about that at some point. That sounds awesome. Alright, but yeah, let me send off these. So if you're interested in hanging in my Discord and seeing every time I go live, that's the only way you'll really know, because I don't have a schedule for a good reason. If I did, I'd lose my mind. Also, my socials have more of my my links and stuff. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's see if anyone's. Let's do a raid maybe. Let me see if anyone's hanging out. Let's see Twitch. Oh, there's me. I don't really care to see that. Good thing it's muted. Ah, you know what? I just found this person the other day. Yay, so much fun playing. Yes, I'm excited. I just found this person the other day. They're doing an Unkathon stream right now, where it's basically their birthday month. At the end of the birthday month, they're gonna have a big stream, but they're doing I guess they're doing an art stream right now, so I might go raid them. I joined them for a Mahjong stream the other day because I needed to do my Mahjong dailies for the SAO collab quest, and they're super chill, so maybe I'll go raid them. Yeah. Anything else I wanted to say? Yeah, so anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate spending the time with me. If you're curious about the other lore about my world, go listen to the first, 2 hours of my stream when it's on VOD, because I lore dumped that shit. I spent more time lore dumping. Actually, maybe not, but I spent, half the stream lore dumping, and the other half actually working. That shows you, how much I bounce around from idea to idea. I'm gonna go raiding. And again, if you enjoyed, don't forget to leave us a follow on Twitch. We're trying to hit, God, what am I at right now? We're trying to hit something. I think it's on my other desktop. I'd love to hit 250 followers. That'd be amazing. We're at 237. We're pretty close. And on YouTube, I do believe I am at, let's see. We're at 197 subscribers. So if you go ahead on over to YouTube, get me to 200. We're so close to it. That's awesome. Relatable, exactly. Yes, and that's a wrap. I'm gonna go torch my players tomorrow. I will see you guys in the next one. And let me go raid. Let's go raid Awesome. Let's see, raid. I think raid sub. Do I have a raid message? I do. That's the raid message for people who are not subbed. This is the raid that is for people who are subbed, and Nightbot doesn't have exclusive rights to use it. If you are subbed though, you can use that, and it will copy the emojis. But if you don't have it, use the publicly available one. Go ahead and copy those, and let's go raid. Awesome. How do I raid channel? Awesome. All right. Take care, everyone. Thanks so much for joining, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. We'll let the raid count down. I'll fade you out on the music. Alright. Go, 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 go!